Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast this morning, the flock is waking up victorious after a big win over the LA Chargers last night. We want to take you live to M&T Bank Stadium here. Look at that, all lit up for the win there in purple. Final score in Los Angeles was 20-10. Ravens on top. Stay with Fox 45 because later this morning we're going to have post-game reaction from the flock. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers as we begin a new work week here. Justin, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. We're starting off with some foggy conditions in spots and definitely wet roads from all of the rain that we had yesterday and all that drizzle that was around through most of your Sunday afternoon into the evening time. You can actually see the sheen on the roadway right here in Towson. So just take it extra slow as you head out here early this morning before the sun comes up. Temperatures right now in the mid to upper 30s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, 41 Chestertown and Annapolis, 43 in Stevensville. So a foggy and cool morning, breezy for the afternoon. We will see more sunshine today, and those temperatures are staying on the colder side of things. So on your morning drive, temperatures upper 30s and lower 40s. We'll get more sunshine once that sun comes up after 7 o'clock as we get into your Monday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking you live to Gaza this morning as Israel and Hamas have expressed interest in potentially ending their truce. That's according to CNN. Today marks the fourth and original final day of the truce, which already includes a provision for an extension of one extra day for every 10 hostages Hamas is ready to free. Last night, Hamas released a statement saying that it wants to, quote, increase the number of those released from imprisonment as stipulated in the humanitarian ceasefire agreement. Israel's war cabinet discussing the possibility of an extension last night, but sources say the initial truce conditions remain unchanged. Meantime, among the 17 hostages freed last night, the first American hostage successfully freed was 4-year-old American-Israeli Abigail Eden. She turned 4 while in captivity. Her parents were killed by Hamas. Family members say that Abigail was in her father's arms when he was gunned down. She then fled to her neighbors only to be abducted and now released along with them. Some Americans still remain held captive by Hamas, and President Biden says his administration continues to press for their release. Turning now to Baltimore's car theft crisis. A North Baltimore man says his car has been stolen twice, with the latest theft caught on camera. John Floyd woke up to find out his 2019 Kia Soul had been stolen. When he finally got it back, it had over $8,000 in damages and a speeding ticket, which he couldn't waive without a physical police report.
I mean, I'm the victim, but I'm being treated like the villain. I mean, these guys go around stealing these cars each and every day, tearing people's cars up, and we got to dig in our pockets.
Floyd also said that he had a wheel lock on his Kia, yet the thieves were able to disable it and steal his vehicle. The latest BPD data shows almost 10,000 cars stolen this year. The new data is expected later this week. Several carjacking, car thefts, and attempted thefts have turned violent across the city this year. Last weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who attempted to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding down the teen until police arrived and arrested the teen. Earlier this month, a 12- and 14-year-old were arrested for beating a woman and attempting to steal her car. This was in Butchers Hill. They were released just 2 hours after their arrest. And this summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home there in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap, covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
This month, Mayor Brandon Scott released an action plan to address the spike in car thefts. The initiatives include multiple steering wheel lock distribution events, system upgrade clinics to improve security in Kias and Hyundais, distributing GPS trackers for city residents to put in their cars, and expanding the city's network of license plate readers. Police say 38% of cars stolen this year in Baltimore are by juveniles, but only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and only 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility. The City Council was critical of those numbers at a meeting this month, saying change is not possible without accountability. In Annapolis, state Republicans are touting a 5-part proposal to address crime, including the Juvenile Justice Restoration Act. It would force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same nonviolent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan does not address problems that we've seen with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Fox 45 News press Governor Moore last Monday. He said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime, but it's not clear when those specifics will be released. State lawmakers will hold another juvenile crime hearing in December. A spokesperson, Facebook's parent company, is currently wanted in Russia. After the break, how it relates to Russia classifying Meta as a terrorist and extremist organization. Plus, mostly sunny and breezy today with temps in the 40s, but colder temperatures are coming. Stick around. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how cold those temperatures could feel the rest of this week. And before we head to break, a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. Looking at these cameras here, conditions look pretty good. 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Victory Monday as we look out early for your morning time, and we have some patchy fog in certain spots right now. Also, the wet roads we have to deal with after all of the rain that we had yesterday. On your out the door cast, definitely grab a jacket and sunglasses as you make your way out this morning, but no need for the umbrella as we'll have plenty of sun throughout the day today. It's going to be a bit breezy, even windy this afternoon, and temperatures this morning only in the upper 30s. So make sure to grab an extra layer if you're heading out for a run or a jog.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's top your consumer news here. A spokesperson for Meta, the parent company of Facebook, now wanted in Russia. According to Russian state media, Meta communications director Andy Stone is wanted on criminal charges, but the Interior Ministry's online database does not provide any more details than that. Last month, Russian authorities classified Meta as a, quote, terrorist and extremist organization. The company had loosened its hate speech policy following Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, a move Russian officials say incites violence against Russians. In other consumer news, today is Cyber Monday. It is expected to be the year's biggest online shopping today. The day Salesforce is expecting retailers to have discounts averaging about 30%, which is the same amount that shoppers saw for Black Friday. Retail experts say consumers need to act fast before discounted products with high demand sell out quick. Consumers on Black Friday spent more than $16 billion online, and again, that's according to Salesforce. As we head further into the winter season, consumer experts are warning you to be aware of some winter scams. When it snows, expect an uptick in snowplow scams, where homeowners pay up front, but no one ever shows up to do the work. And if you receive a notice about an overdue utility bill threatening to cut off service, be sure to verify with your local provider before forking over the cash. Experts say younger generations are falling victim to scams at a higher rate.
The public's perception is that older adults are the ones losing money to scammers. But what BBB research has shown is it's the 18 to 24-year-olds who are more susceptible to scams and losing more money than any other age group.
This winter, the Better Business Bureau says avoid paying for a job until it's complete and be sure to ask for references. The season of giving is here, and right here at Fox 45, that means countdown to Christmas is back. Stay tuned this morning for your cue to call in for your chance, your first two chances to win something from underneath our tree.
Giving kindness is a great gift this time of year, but wait till you hear about the kindness study and how it might be good for you too. I'm Liz Bonus. We share the results just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Angela Brown. This morning on the National Desk, we kick off our week with the biggest online shopping day of the year. A consumer expert is here to tell us what to look out for. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all During this season of giving, you may want to consider giving the gift of kindness. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares new research explaining why.
Hey everybody, this new research shows being kind to others is a great gift this time of year, but it's something you might also want to consider this holiday season just for the health of it.
The richest gift is it has helped me feel safe.
Krista Powers has learned the power of receiving kindness. For months, we've been following her journey as she battles breast cancer. She's currently in treatment with chemotherapy.
I feel scared, I feel scared about what else is to come.
And if you think about that, clinical counselor Betsy Linnell of Ohio's Cedarville University says one of the best gifts anyone could give to Krista or another person, especially in challenging times, is the gift of kindness.
I think that kindness is a definite first step towards that type of true selfless love that we can give to one another.
But several studies now show while the person receiving the kindness is helped, the person being kind benefits, body and soul. It's partly because of a stress hormone known as cortisol, which goes down in the body when certain other hormones go up.
It actually is scientifically documented that being altruistic or selfless, so doing those acts of kindness for others, releases dopamine and other feel-good chemicals in our brain that we naturally crave and long for.
And when you feed those cravings with acts of kindness, such as the ones Krista has received,
from delivering home-cooked meals to texting, sending mail, going to appointments with me, helping pay my bills.
It gives your body a physical boost.
Now, the common link I heard from both Krista and our counselor, no act of kindness too small.
I think most important to know is that you can always be kind. You don't need money, you don't need resources. It can be something as simple as letting the person in line behind you that has 2 items go in front of you. It can be as simple as telling a mom that's struggling with a little one that she's doing a good job today and that she's a great mom. And so recognizing and finding those little tiny ways in every day to do something for somebody else.
I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
Makes a big difference. Liz, thank you. Well, one of the world's largest icebergs is drifting beyond Antarctic waters after being grounded for more than 3 decades. Check this out. The iceberg, known as A23A, it's about 3 times the size of New York City, measuring around 1,500 square miles. It became stuck to the ocean floor in 1986 and had remained there for many years. But according to the British Antarctic Survey, that iceberg has been drifting for the past year and now appears to be picking up speed, moving past the northern tip of the Antarctic Peninsula. Incredible to track those kind of things. It's 4:48 here. Monday morning, little chilly here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast as we begin a new week.
Going to be pretty cold this week, too.
Yeah.
Our temperatures are going down, at least in the first half of the week. The second half is going to be fine. We'll start to moderate those numbers. So we just have to kind of get prepared for the colder temps that will be here. Now, we had a lot of cloud cover and the kind of drizzle that was with us most of the day yesterday. Definitely some low clouds hanging around and some patchy fog, especially closer to the water. Some of the areas east of 95 is where we're seeing some of that fog. And even here in the city, we're seeing that as well. So just take it easy as you're making your way out early on your Monday morning. Upper 30s is where we are officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much to get in our way. And in fact, you can see in our HD radar is pretty much all clear at this time. What we're tracking is a wind advisory actually in Garrett County. That's going to start later this afternoon through early tomorrow morning. So that wind is going to pick up in western Maryland and for us here as well in central Maryland. This is all as this cold front starts to pass through. And behind that cold front, well, colder air. That's what we're going to have to deal with, especially into Tuesday and Wednesday. Those will be the coldest days of the week by far. Now, our temperatures will steadily climb today. We're talking mid to upper 40s, and eventually some of us will sneak into those lower 50s. So it actually will end up being a little bit warmer officially with the temperatures today. However, that wind is going to make it feel not as warm, especially with the wind chill that we'll have to deal with, not only today, but especially for tomorrow. Temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today in the mid to upper 40s. Some of us right in the lower 50s for Baltimore down through Dundalk, 47 there in Perry Hall and White Marsh for you this afternoon. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 40s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up in Perryman, northeast at 48. Same number for you there in Elkton this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, you can see those upper 40s and lower 50s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., western Maryland only in the upper 30s today. But look at these temperatures here tomorrow and Wednesday, just barely sneaking onto the page there in the low to mid 40s. Those are going to be afternoon highs. Thursday and Friday finally back to the mid to upper 50s and actually seeing some above average numbers as we get closer to the weekend. Now, not much in the way of any cloud cover. We'll see a lot more sunshine for your Monday afternoon. Tuesday also, we'll see a few clouds here and there, but overall not much to get in our way. Finally, late Wednesday into Thursday, we'll start to get more into that southerly flow, so that's going to pick up the warmer temperatures as we get into Thursday and Friday toward the end of this week. All right, so here's a look at your 7-day forecast. 50 today, lower 40s tomorrow, mid 40s on Wednesday. Notice those numbers do come back up Thursday and Friday to the mid to upper 50s, and next real chance for rain comes Friday afternoon, and again late Sunday we'll see a few showers rolling in as well. Meg?
Thank you, Justin. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now. We've been taking a look at some of our cameras around the region, and pretty light volume out there. No major incidents to report as we look at these cameras here. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on Light Rail Link. Expect about a 20-minute delay in your travels. Certainly allow extra time for getting there on that service. Metro Subway Link, looking in that direction, you'll find on-time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Out there on the MARC train system, no major delays. Looking good for the commute start on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
Another group of hostages released by Hamas, including one American. But what about the others? I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the delicate negotiations and the days ahead.
Foreign aid is a hot topic on Capitol Hill. Coming up, why some believe a bill aimed at support for Israel and Ukraine is not likely to pass by the end of the year. It is 4:52 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Protesters in New York shut down the Manhattan Bridge, demanding President Biden call an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East. The group Jewish Voice for Peace organized yesterday's rally, which was just one of several demonstrations across the U.S. yesterday. President Biden is not calling for a ceasefire, but he says that he is hopeful the pause in fighting can continue until all hostages on both sides can return home.
Well, look, you know the deal calls for every 10 hostages released to extend another day. So I'm hopeful this is not the end. It's going to continue. But we don't know.
Taking you live to Gaza now, where a 4-year-old American girl was among the hostages released. Dozens of Palestinian prisoners are also on their way home. But as national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports, there are many questions about what lies ahead.
The pause in the war in Gaza for a third day has meant a third group of hostages has been released. 17 people, including an American, Abigail Edan, who just turned 4 on Friday. It's meant the release of 39 Palestinian prisoners as well. President Biden appearing hopeful this initial agreement will yield more hostages and more peace.
That's our goal, to keep this pause going beyond tomorrow so that we can continue to see more hostages come out and surge more humanitarian relief into those who are in need in Gaza.
Indeed, aid has been pouring into the region, but with 14,000 reported killed and tens of thousands more wounded, local officials call it a drop in the ocean.
We need 200 aid trucks a day, continuously, for 2 months at least, to meet the needs.
Meanwhile, back in Washington, there are mounting questions about the American hostages still in the custody of Hamas. Some Republicans accusing the White House of being weak.
Apparently, Hamas is so contemptuous of President Biden and American power that they feel the imperative to release Filipinos and Thai hostages before they release American hostages. That's just one small example of the weakness that President Biden has projected around the world.
But leaders in Israel paint a very different picture. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog praising Biden's steadfast support for Israel and his work in the negotiations. As for what lies ahead, Israel's president hinting a two-state solution still seems a long way off.
Why would any Israeli immediately rush to this solution when he or she thinks that state one day can be taken over by Hamas? We Israelis, we demand to know how our safety and well-being will be preserved.
Fragile questions with answers altered by the hour. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Thank you, Christine. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where Congressman Mike Turner is predicting a difficult path forward for President Biden's $100 billion budget request. It supports aid to both Israel and Ukraine. The Ohio Republican says such a bill is unlikely to pass before the end of the year. He believes it is because President Biden also tied funding for the southern border into the request. Apart from the $60 billion for Ukraine and the $14 billion for Israel, Biden is also asking for $14 billion for border security.
But it's going to need policy changes. Congress is going to require that there be laws changed to make certain that the border returns to its prior state, perhaps remain in Mexico, other types of provisions that would secure the southern border.
House Republicans passed a $14 billion aid deal for just Israel earlier this month. But that package faces an uphill battle in the Senate, as well as opposition from the White House, because it leaves out Ukraine and uses funds cut from the IRS. We will continue to follow the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. You can find all of our previous reporting on the war right now at foxbaltimore.com.
A North Baltimore man has his car stolen not once, but twice. Just ahead, his frustration not only with crime in the city, but with those in charge of fighting crime.
This morning, the flock is waking up victorious after a big win over the LA Chargers. Final score in LA, 20-10. Stay with Fox 45. Coming up, we have post-game reaction.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning, and we're drying out from some of the rain we had yesterday. We'll talk about if there's any more rain in our future.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Still not sick of turkey yet. Maybe one more day and then we'll be done with it.
I don't know. At some point, you got to throw it out or you're going to...
5 days, right?
Right. Like it's got to be...
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah.
All right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, I think today, because I still have some at home, so I'm still going to have a turkey sandwich this afternoon. And then we'll move on. Then we'll do empanadas and sushi and pizza and all the good stuff. All right, good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Now we're getting back to it here in our Towson camera. We do have some low clouds hanging around and some patchy fog. Also, wet roads that we have to deal with here this morning, so just be aware of that. Our temperatures in the mid to upper 30s for Cockeysville and Bel Air right now. 39 in Chestertown, lower 40s in Annapolis and Stevensville at this hour. So we will be breezy later today. We're going to have plenty of sunshine, but that wind is going to pick up today, and temperatures are going to stay on the colder side of things for the next few days. So morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Again, upper 30s and lower 40s for the next few hours. Just watch for some of those wet roads out there early. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn. This is actually this morning now to a city in crisis. Car crimes continue to impact all corners of Baltimore.
The latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station. Baltimore police say a woman was carjacked by two people who pulled a weapon on her along Clipper Mill Road in Hamden. She was able to get a child out of the car before police say the suspects drove off.
Car theft, which is more than tripled compared to this time last year, raising concerns from residents.
One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of the city's stolen car crisis twice, with the latest theft caught on camera.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with what that man's frustration is. Shannon?
Well, as you can imagine, Tom and Patrice, this man is fed up not only with the criminals, but with those in charge of fighting crime. Several months ago, his 2019 Kia Soul was stolen, and yesterday morning, it happened again.
I woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
So take a look at these photos showing two suspects casing out the car. The owner you just heard there, John Floyd, installed the camera just a few months ago after his car was stolen the first time. The total repair cost that time around, $8,088. And if that bill wasn't high enough, he says he got a speed camera ticket in the mail.
I'm the victim, but I'm being treated like the villain. I mean, these guys go around stealing these cars each and every day, tearing people's cars up, and we got to dig in our pockets. We need to get on top of the crime rate as far as stealing cars. The mayor, the police, commissioner, or whoever is on top of crime and things in this city, they need to do something.
Now, Floyd says he even had a wheel lock on his Kia, but somehow those thieves were still able to steal it. So far this year, BPD data shows us that there has been 9,720 cars stolen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Several carjacking, car thefts, and attempted thefts have turned violent all across the city this year. Just last weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who attempted to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding that teen down until police arrived and arrested the teen.
Earlier this month, a 12 and 14-year-old were arrested for beating a woman and attempting to steal her car in Butchers Hill. They were released just 2 hours after their arrest. And then this summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps away from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap, covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is, it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds, you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Baltimore police say juveniles make up 38% of the cars stolen this year, but only 2/3 of those suspects have reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and just 5% end up serving any time at a DJS facility. Now, this month, Mayor Scott released an action plan to address the spiking auto thefts. The initiatives include multiple steering wheel lock distribution events, system upgrade clinics to improve security in Kias and Hyundais, and is distributing GPS trackers for city residents to put in their vehicles, and expanding the city's network of license plate readers.
In Annapolis, state Republicans are touting a 5-part proposal to address crime, including the Juvenile Justice Restoration Act. It would force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same nonviolent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan doesn't address problems we've seen with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the children and child need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Fox 45 News pressed Governor Moore last Monday, and he said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime. It is not clear when those specifics will be released. State lawmakers will hold another juvenile crime hearing in December.
5:06 now. We have some breaking news coming out of Israel. We have brand new video showing a 3rd round of Hamas hostages being released.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Megan.
Yeah, guys, take a look here. What you're seeing right here are 17 more hostages now free. They're arriving at a children's medical center in Israel there. That was just happening overnight. More pictures recently posted from the Israel Defense Force of women. You can see children and elderly foreign nationals being released over the last few days after roughly 50 days in Hamas captivity, the youngest of whom, Abigail Adan, a 4-year-old girl and dual Israeli-American citizen. Her parents were killed in the Hamas attack that started the war back on October 7th. President Biden now speaking out on that release.
She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Most of the hostages were handed directly over to Israel to a cheering crowd as they arrived at an Air Force base, while others left through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. In exchange, Israel releasing 39 Palestinian prisoners, largely accused of public disorder, property damage, and in some cases throwing stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli officers. We want to take you live now to Gaza, where today marks the 4th day of the ceasefire, allowing for hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid to arrive into Gaza there. In fact, take a look at this video right here. We're told these trucks that you see here, they are filled with critical supplies of food, water, baby formula, and blankets as well. Live now to Washington here, where we have been watching and seeing how this is going to work. We know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just announcing his plans to bring a national security package that would really tie together Israel and Ukraine funding as soon as this week. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as news breaks on that. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The race for mayor is heating up in Baltimore. Coming up in our next half hour, why crime is expected to be a focal point for the upcoming race.
But first, school bells will be ringing in Portland, Oregon in this morning after the break, the new contract that has teachers returning to the classroom after a weeks-long strike.
Temperatures in the mid to upper 30s right now as you step out early on your Monday morning. We'll be talking about the wind over the next couple of days and those cooler temperatures as well. Full forecast in just a few.
5:11, and today school bells will ring in Portland, Oregon.
That is because the teachers union and the school district reached a tentative agreement on a new contract.
Now, the teachers returned to the classroom, ending a weeks-long strike. Union officials say they are pleased by this agreement. They say the new deal provides a pay bump for teachers and addresses issues such as class size and planning periods for educators. Portland is one of the largest school districts in the Pacific Northwest, with more than 42,000 students in 81 schools.
The season of giving is here, and here at Fox 45, that means Countdown to Christmas is back. Stay tuned this morning for your cue to call for your first 2 chances to win.
Boy, the fans are in it to win it with the Ravens. The flock waking up victorious. We'll tell you what people are saying on social media just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
.5:15 this morning, the flock is waking up tired, but on cloud 9 after a big win over the LA Chargers.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with more on the reaction that's pouring in following that hard-fought game. Taylor.
You guys, that's right. We're taking you live right now to M&T Bank Stadium. All lit up this morning as the Ravens wake up victorious over the LA Chargers. Final score here, 20-10, Ravens on top. And right now, reactions just pouring in from the game that was a hard-fought one. Let's take a look at what people are saying. But let's go first to the dub cam. Baltimore Ravens coming home with the dub. And that's why folks say they are excited because they really couldn't do another nail-biter. Taking a look at this tweet from Ann. After that Eagles game, I'm glad the Ravens went easy on my heart tonight. I don't know if I could take another nail-biter. Another person saying, look, now, that was a memorable game. But look, we're talking about a memorable season. Let's look ahead to what's next on the schedule. In December, they have a bye week, so we won't see them play again until the LA Rams game. That's going to be held at M&T Bank Stadium. Kickoff there is scheduled for 1 p.m. Of course, you can watch it on Fox 45. Then following that, the Ravens head to Jacksonville to play the Jaguars. That takes place December 17th. And then Christmas Day, they travel to San Francisco, going head-to-head with the 49ers. And to finish out your 2023, the Ravens play right here at home on New Year's Eve. They're taking on the Miami Dolphins. Back to you.
Let's take a look now and see how this week played out for the whole AFC North standings. The Ravens leading the division with a 9-3 record. The Steelers, who won over the Bengals yesterday, are tied with the Browns, who lost to the Broncos yesterday. So now they're tied at 7-4. And then the Bengals take the bottom spot at 5-6.
Turning now to college football, the Terps end up on top, ending their regular season with a win over Rutgers. Final score 42-24, putting the Terrapins at 7-5 now for the season. During the game, Taulia Tagovailoa became the Big Ten's all-time leader in passing yards. Now, Maryland's victory marks its third consecutive season, winning at least 7 games in more than 20 years. Now the Terps are waiting to hear where they will play this year's bowl game. They should find out when all games are announced.
The Associated Press has released its final college football poll ahead of division championships happening this Saturday. Georgia takes the top spot. Michigan sits at 2, Washington 3, and Florida State 4. But remember, the only rankings that matter as far as game matchups go for the playoffs come from the college football playoff.
Yeah, they'll release that tomorrow. And then the last one is after all of the championship games, which happened this weekend.
Well, there you go. You hear meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Well, you got the big, a lot of big games. It was funny yesterday watching the NFL before the Ravens played because they kept putting up the playoff picture. Right. And the Ravens were the #1 seed. And then Jacksonville won, Ravens dropped. And then Chiefs won, and the Ravens dropped to the 4 seed. And I was like, wait, but then they won, and now they're back to the #1 seed because they're the only one with 9 wins in the AFC.
Yeah.
So first place.
Not bad.
Not in the AFC North, guys. First place in the AFC. They have the #1 seed. They will have a bye if the playoffs started today. We know they don't, but they are guaranteed a winning season now with that 9th win last night. So overall, back at it here, and we are looking at our Towson Cam, Mile 1 Auto Group. We are seeing a few of those clouds hanging around. Even some patchy fog in some areas, some of those low-lying clouds, and also some wet roads from kind of the drizzle and the rain that we had pretty much all afternoon. It started off nice yesterday, and then those clouds rolled in, and that rain just kind of hung around. We actually got about 1/4 inch of rain officially at BWI. Your number right now at Towson is 37. Little westerly wind, only about 5 to 7 miles an hour, but that wind is going to pick up as we head into the afternoon. So overall, our HD radar, you can see not much happening here in terms of any precipitation. We do have a wind advisory for Garrett County that starts later this afternoon and will go until early tomorrow morning. So that's where we'll see some of the windiest conditions, especially over some of the mountain ridges. That's because we've got this cold front that's kind of hanging around. We'll be passing from west to east as we go throughout the day today, and that's why that wind is going to be more of a westerly wind or a northwesterly wind for a lot of you as well. All right, kids, back to school this morning. Beep, beep on our bus stop forecast with upper 30s through 7 a.m., mid to upper 40s by lunchtime, and we'll barely get to about 50 degrees, breezy conditions for the afternoon. So even if we get to 50, it's going to feel colder than that. Golfers, at least a 1, if not a 2 club wind this afternoon, with that wind really picking up later in the day, and temperatures hanging in the 40s this morning and just barely getting to about 50 into that 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Some of us stay in the 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville over to Bel Air, Eastern Shore in the upper 40s, Chestertown, Stevensville right at 49, in Annapolis this afternoon. Nationwide, colder air sinking into the upper Midwest, only 20s in Chicago and Minneapolis today, 33 in Detroit, 49 if you're heading to Atlanta. Warmest temperatures heading into Phoenix in the desert Southwest in the mid-70s today. Now look at these numbers here at home. They're going to be dropping below average tomorrow and Wednesday before we see some moderating temperatures later this week. So we'll get back to those mid to upper 50s, but after today, again, we're going to wake up below freezing tomorrow morning, with the wind staying with us on Tuesday as well. Will be a blustery day. Finally, a little bit less wind on Wednesday, and then, as I mentioned, a little warmer as we head toward this upcoming weekend. Let's get an update on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 505 and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start for your Monday. You'll find light rail link with a 20-minute delay in both directions. Allow time for travel on light rail. Metro subway looking good in both directions. No delays in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. An investigation underway in North Carolina after a suspected murder-suicide at a homeless encampment. Well, after the break, what we know so far about the victim's connection.
Crime will be a focal point in the 2024 mayoral race. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the state of the city and who could be responsible for the reduction in homicides we're seeing this year. You're watching Fox 45 News.
.524 and making your headlines this Monday morning. An investigation is underway after 4 people are found dead in a suspected murder-suicide at a homeless encampment in North Carolina.
Gunfire erupted yesterday morning just outside of Autryville, a town about 65 miles north of Wilmington. Police say the victims included 2 men and 2 women. A woman who reportedly owns the property where the shooting took place says she heard about 10 gunshots. She also says the victims apparently knew each other. Meanwhile, in California, a man is accused of shooting and killing a homeless person.
Police in Garden Grove say 68-year-old Craig Elliott was walking his dogs in September when he came across Antonio Avalos sleeping on the sidewalk. When Elliott nudged him with a cart, Avalos got up and started yelling and then threw a shoe at Elliott. That's when Elliott reportedly fired 3 shots at Avalos, who later died. Elliott recorded the incident. He posted a $100,000 bail and is scheduled to be arraigned December 15th. He's facing a maximum sentence of 21 years in prison.
Turning now to your health headlines. Chinese health officials say a recent surge in respiratory illnesses in the country is caused by a combination of known pathogens. The announcement comes as the Chinese government tries to ease concerns that a novel virus could be the source of the surge. They're now calling on local authorities to open more fever clinics and promote vaccinations among children and the elderly. Chinese officials say they anticipated a spike in illnesses this winter season. However, it had gotten so bad that the World Health Organization publicly requested information about the cases.
Well, in the U.S., with the flu and cold season in full swing now, doctors are giving advice on ways to keep illnesses from spreading through your household. They say try to separate family members who are sick from the rest of the family. Wear high-grade face masks around them. Medical experts also warn the flu has a 25% attack rate, meaning for everyone who gets it, a quarter who are in close contact with them will also come down with it. Doctors say be sure to keep homes well ventilated and avoid sharing any food or drinks with infected people. Frequent hand washing is your first line of defense.
Today, we are going to be mostly sunny and breezy, highs in the 40s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when even colder temperatures move in.
Just ahead, a central focus of this upcoming mayoral race, crime. A hard look at the stats just ahead on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Back to school, kids. That's right. Got to find out exactly how cold the bus stop's going to be.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that, and I told Naomi to pull out all the warm stuff because this week is not looking warm.
Chilly today, but tomorrow and Wednesday morning, we're talking cold and blustery and all of that fun winter stuff. We're almost at meteorological winter. It starts on Friday, so just so you know that. Our downtown Baltimore camera, we got a few clouds kind of hanging around from all of the rain we saw yesterday. The low clouds are out toward the eastern shore and areas east of 95, but even parts of the city seeing some of those foggy spots. So just be aware of that as you're heading out. That sun not coming up until after 7 o'clock this morning. So a breezy afternoon ahead. That wind is going to kick up there and temperatures staying colder for sure. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temperatures in the upper 30s, close to 40 by about 8 a.m. And we'll see our high temperatures only get to about 50 today. But look at tomorrow and Wednesday. Highs will only get into the 40s. Some of us will stay in the 30s on Tuesday. So definitely some of the coldest temperatures so far this season. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. All right, how are we looking on the back to school and work drive, Tom?
At 5:31, not bad at all. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network around the Baltimore region, you can see wide open roads here. No issues reported around Baltimore. You have to go all the way to the Eastern Shore and Easton. There on, it's 328. Both directions closed down. That's weather related, it says. 328 right just east of Easton.
Well, developing this morning, an investigation is underway into one of the latest shootings happening in Baltimore.
And just before 8 last night, officers responded to a shot spotter alert right along North Dukeland Street. An individual then led them to Winchester Street, where a male victim was found lying in the road, suffering from a gunshot wound to his head. The victim was transported to an area hospital. This morning, we have live team coverage of how crime in Baltimore could impact the upcoming mayoral race.
We begin with Shannon Lilly, who is live downtown. Shannon.
Well, when it comes to the drop in homicides that we're seeing right now, Patrice and Tom, many are attributing that improvement to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland, Eric Barron. Both have promised a tough on crime approach here in the city. And since that partnership took effect, we have seen homicides go down by 20%, non-fatal shootings down by 9%. But Mayor Scott is addressing that claim.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
Meanwhile, peace spokesperson Giovanni Patterson joined us on Fox 45 News this weekend, saying city leaders should celebrate collaboration rather than taking credit.
We see in Baltimore is really this kiss the ring mentality where, certain people have to get credit for certain things when it, could be a team effort, or there could be certain other aspects, avenues that reduce the crime versus the actual crime plan.
So, Shannon, what is mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon saying about the state of the city?
Well, Dixon is echoing comments that we heard from Councilman Eric Costello earlier this month, that she has never seen this level of dysfunction in City Hall. But Mayor Scott is responding to that criticism. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Leadership that's failing the city is almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
So far, polls indicate the 2024 mayoral race will come down to Mayor Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:34 now, continuing our coverage on the mayoral race. Taylor Stewart joining us live here in studio with a deeper dive into crime numbers in the city. Taylor.
That's right. It's becoming a central focus in the approaching mayoral race and quite literally impacting the candidates themselves. Last week, former Mayor Sheila Dixon tweeting this, saying Baltimore needs to be better after a double shooting forced her to cancel a campaign event near Mondawmin Mall Monday. Now, in reality, though, both deadly and non-deadly shootings are down in the city. Under Mayor Scott's leadership, homicides are on pace to dip below 300 for the first time in 9 years. So let's take a look at this. It's been a milestone Scott's been trying to push for the last 3 years. After the city recorded 338 homicides under his first year in leadership, that was 2021, and then 335, that was in 2022. Present day, the city is currently recording 239 homicides year to date. But in Dixon's first term back in 2008, she had 282 homicides. The following year, there was 240. That is why they say this could be a big factor in the race.
This could be a big win for the mayor and help him towards re-election, because psychologically people may say, well, gosh, now the number is 270 and everyone's going to focus on that. Maybe things are getting better as far as dealing with the crime issue, and the fact that the crime numbers not only went down while she was mayor, but continued to go down with the policies she placed in after she had to resign.
Keep in mind, third candidate teacher and nonprofit leader Wendy Bozell entered the race last week with plans on tackling the rising youth violence. Political analyst John Dede says while she is the underdog, she does represent two of what he perceives are the biggest issues in this race: crime and education. We'll keep you posted on the race right here at Fox 45. Patrice?
Well, here's our question of the day. Who do you trust to reduce crime and keep your family safe in Baltimore? Mayor Brandon Scott or Sheila Dixon? As you see right here, 96% of those who have voted say Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A Goucher poll released last month showed Dixon with a lead over Mayor Scott in a hypothetical primary. She had 39% of voter support compared to 27% for Mayor Scott. 23% of voters say they prefer another candidate, while 8% are undecided.
One of those other candidates is Baltimore teacher Wendy Bozell. Bozell serves as president of the Upper Fells Point Improvement Association. Taylor was showing us about her. She has mentioned crime, vacant homes, and food insecurities as the pillars of her campaign. John Dede also discussed Bozell's chances, saying that she should narrow her focus if she wants to win over voters.
She's a teacher. She is getting this race because she's concerned about the crime issue related to her students and students in the Baltimore City school system. So if she could focus on that one issue, you don't have to focus on 50 issues to win. One or two are good enough. And if she could focus on the issue of education and crime and tie that in together, she could get enough traction to make a difference in this race.
Bozell is running as a member of the Maryland Forward Party, which identifies as a new party committed to finding common ground in solving big challenges all across the state.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the mayoral race in the coming months, and you can find all of our coverage and previous reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
It is Cyber Monday, but are Americans shopping? Today we get new consumer confidence numbers. We've got the early predictions and, most importantly, what it means for you.
Today, temperatures, they're going to be in the 40s before chillier temperatures move in. That's right, downright cold tomorrow. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking if the next weather maker will hold off this week. 5:38, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning.
5:41 now. As you search for good deals on this Cyber Monday, we are bracing for big economic news.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with the numbers that are dropping soon. Megan.
Yeah, guys, the big question. Are people shopping right now or not? At 10 o'clock this morning, we are going to get an update on consumer confidence. We want to see this number go up here. In particular, we are looking to see if expectations may be improving for the coming year. If you remember, guys, last month's confidence report found consumer expectations fell to 75 points. And just for context, the conference board says any number under 80 has historically signaled a recession in the next year. Also this morning, we're going to get a new report on sales for new construction of homes in the last month. With a lack of existing homes on the market, we saw new construction jump this summer to an all-time record share of overall home purchases. We're going to be watching to see if demand is still as strong as we head into what is usually the slower months of the year for home buyers. And looking ahead, guys, on Thursday, we will be focused on inflation here. Big thing that we're looking at. We know of the two inflation reports we get each month, Thursdays is the one that the Fed prefers. We know the Fed's next meeting on interest rates is coming up in 2 weeks. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these new numbers drop. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. This morning, the Flock waking up victorious after a big win over the Chargers. Still to come, the breakdown of where the AFC North currently sits after Week 12.
A spokesperson for Facebook's parent company is currently wanted in Russia. After the break, how it relates to Russia classifying Meta as a terrorist and extremist organization. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. .545 and topping your consumer news, a spokesperson for Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is wanted in Russia.
Now, according to Russian state media, Meta Communications Director Andy Stone wanted on criminal charges. But the Interior Ministry's online database does not provide more details. Last month, Russian authorities classified Meta as a terrorist and extremist organization. The company had loosened its hate speech policy following Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, a move Russian officials say incites violence against Russians.
One of the world's largest icebergs is drifting beyond Antarctic waters after being grounded for more than 3 decades. Take a look at this. The iceberg known as A23A is about 3 times the size of New York City, measuring about 1,500 square miles. It became stuck to the ocean floor in 1986 and remained there for many years. But according to the British Antarctic Survey, the iceberg has been drifting for the past years, and it appears to be picking up speed and moving past the northern tip of the Antarctic Peninsula.
Feel like an iceberg this morning after all the stuff we ate over the weekend.
Yeah.
We had Thanksgiving 2.0 on Friday, had friends over to do more of the leftovers. Okay. Yesterday, Jess goes back to work. I'm still eating leftovers, so I'm on 3.0 now.
Yeah.
Tonight, 4.0. Then it's done.
We tried to get, I stuffed myself silly yesterday trying to get rid of as many leftovers, and we still have so much.
It's not a bad thing. I like leftovers. I love it.
I know you do.
Make that like
At
pot
some
pie
point,
out of
though,
everything left over.
Come to an end.
Yes, it
Well,
did. Day
guess-
5.
Safety
Today is day
reasons.
5. It's out. Otherwise,
Guess what? Mother-in-law's pot pie right over there. It's in the oven as we speak.
Nice.
Almost ready, everybody. Almost ready, yeah. Oh, man, it is so good. I can't wait to share it with my friends and family here at Fox 45. Downtown Baltimore right now, good morning to you. A few of those clouds hanging around. Venus rising in the east right now. We will see more sunshine today than what we ended up with yesterday with all that drizzle that was kind of hanging around. Roads are still a bit wet, still a couple of light showers in parts of Pennsylvania. We have a wind advisory now for Garrett and Allegheny counties. Starts this afternoon, goes through tomorrow morning. So that wind is going to pick up, especially as this cold front comes through. Behind the cold front, much colder air. So if you think it's chilly this morning, just wait until tomorrow morning. It will be even colder. Upper 30s and lower 40s over the next couple of hours as we rise and shine with you. That sun not coming up until after 7 o'clock. And if you are hanging out today at Brewers Hill in the 8 o'clock hour, right about 40 degrees. We'll see those numbers near noontime in the mid to upper 40s. Maybe a little chilly for lunch outdoors today. Upper 40s and close to 50 for a lot of us in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Now, typically this time of year, we're in the lower 50s, so we're going to be in the 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for the most part. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley at 46, 47 Perry Hall and White Marsh, right about 50 in Dundalk. And numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 40s for Columbia and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. My friends on the Eastern Shore, we're seeing temps close to 50 for Rock Hall and Centerville, down through Easton, Chestertown, right about 49 for your high this afternoon. Taking a look at our future scan. So not much in the way of cloud cover today. We'll have a weak system that'll pass to the north tomorrow, but overall we'll just pick up a few clouds from that, and we stay dry this week, definitely on the colder side. Finally, by Thursday, we'll see more of a southerly flow, and that's going to help to bring in some more moderate temperatures that are a little bit more palatable, especially as we get into Thursday and Friday. And of course, Friday is the first day of meteorological winter, December 1st. That's the day we're talking about. Oh, you want the new holiday countdown? You want me to roll that out? All right, here we go. We're updating it right now. Here we go. Hanukkah, 11 days from right now. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, the studio audience is at it today. They're excited about the Christmas tree. Winter solstice in just 24 days. Speaking of Christmas, Deb, the dancing Christmas tree, 4 weeks from today, guys, 28 days away. Kwanzaa a day later, and New Year's Eve in just 34 days. So we are 5 weeks until 2024. Man, how stuff goes quickly. We always know that. We say it every single year. It's just what happens. Now, look at the blustery conditions tomorrow. Barely at 41. Some of us stay in the 30s, but it's going to feel colder than that for the next few days with that wind. Finally, a little bit warmer later this week with those mid to upper 50s. And really, our next chance for rain isn't until about Friday afternoon. Tom?
Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here and some of the cameras we have up around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. The only incident we have, and there's no cameras there, between Ritchie Highway and 97 on 100 westbound. It's backed up the entire stretch, but there's nothing that shows, if you're going past Marley Station Mall there's nothing that shows why it's slowed down. So the cameras aren't showing that slowed down. A little bit of volume picking up now, 295 southbound right in Jessup. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. And Mark, do you have any turkey leftovers?
You better believe it. I'm trying to get rid of it, I tell you. Yes, I'll be eating turkey for the next couple days at least. How about you?
Oh, yeah. Well, today is the day. We say 5 days after Thanksgiving, it's done if we don't get it in now. So, yeah, I have a lot of eating to do today.
Yes, get to it. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 843 with a 5-minute delay and 841 with an 8 to 10-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on light rail, it's running 20 minutes late from end to end. Certainly allow time out there on light rail. Metro subway looking good, though, in both directions. Between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, you'll find on-time service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at another record-breaking weekend of holiday sales and why not all Americans are celebrating.
Foreign aid is a hot topic of debate on Capitol Hill. Coming up, why some believe a bill aimed at support for Israel and Ukraine is not likely to pass by the end of the year. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Developing now, police have a suspect in custody as 3 young men of Palestinian descent were shot and injured right near the University of Vermont.
According to police, the 3 were in town visiting a relative when they were confronted by a white man with a handgun. Investigators have not yet identified a motive in the shooting, but the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee has released a statement saying there is reason to believe the shooting occurred because the victims are Arab. The White House says President Biden was briefed on the shooting and will continue to receive updates.
Well, taking you live to Capitol Hill, where Congressman Mike Turner is predicting a difficult path, and we'll see if we can get Capitol. There it is. He's predicting a difficult path forward for President Biden's $100 billion budget request. It supports as aid for both Israel and Ukraine. The Ohio Republican says such a bill is unlikely to pass before the end of the year. He says it's because President Biden also tied funding for the southern border into that request. Apart from the $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, Biden is also asking $14 billion for border security. No word on the other $12 billion.
But it's going to need policy changes. Congress is going to require that there be laws changed to make certain that the border returns to its prior state, perhaps remain in Mexico, other types of provisions that would secure the southern border.
House Republicans passed a $14 billion aid deal for Israel earlier this month. That package faces an uphill battle in the Senate as well as opposition from the White House because it leaves out Ukraine and uses funds cut from the IRS.
We will continue to follow the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. You can find all of our previous reporting on the war right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Is the American dream out of reach? More Americans seem to feel that it is. A new Wall Street Journal NORC poll finds that half of those surveyed said life in America is worse than it was 50 years ago, and just 30% say it's gotten better.
So how does this relate to our economy, and what could it mean for next year's election? Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzell to break it all down.
Those predictions for a prosperous holiday shopping season already on their way to coming true, with a record $9.8 billion in Black Friday sales, up 7.5% from last year. But at what cost? The Federal Reserve Bank of New York reporting that during the third quarter of 2023, Americans' collective credit card debt climbed to a record $1.08 trillion.
When people are in credit card debt, we tend to find it's one of two primary reasons. Number one would be an emergency expense, some kind of unexpected medical bill or home repair or car repair. The second most common answer is day-to-day living outpacing your paycheck.
Those concerns reflected in a shift in sentiment from small business owners. A CNBC SurveyMonkey small business survey showing a 13% drop in approval rating for President Biden, from 43% during his early days in office to just 30% now.
People are struggling just to get by. In fact, 80% of Americans have less savings than they did pre-COVID. So it's a struggle.
Even McDonald's, once the stop for a meal that's fast and cheap, no longer so cheap, with a 10% rise in prices expected, following another 10% rise last year, despite a cooling inflation rate. Still, it was happy news for those millions of drivers this holiday weekend, with gas prices down more than 30 cents from this time last year. This as the economy continues to show significant GDP growth and a strong labor market. White House officials touting those and other wins they say help everyday Americans.
What about giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices? What about tax incentives for manufacturing jobs? What about capping out-of-pocket prescription drug costs?
And we expect to get an even more up-to-date look on U.S. consumer attitudes and expectations when the consumer confidence numbers are released on Tuesday. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
We are taking you live to Gaza, where more hostages were just released from Hamas, the latest in the war, and the bill being proposed in Washington to send aid.
And the race for mayor between Brandon Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon is heating up. The issues facing the city that could potentially encourage voters to lean more towards Dixon.
Our temperatures are chilly right now, and we're going to see the wind pick up as we head into the afternoon. We'll talk about your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Our countdown to Christmas begins today. Look at all of those gifts. Our first gift is being revealed in the next half hour. As we take a live look at the tree here, up for grabs, we've got Skull Candy wireless earbuds, Harry Potter stuffed toys. We've even got 4 tickets to the Inner Harbor Ice Rink. So we're going to tell you when to call. Make sure you stick around. We have so much to give away here. Well, good morning to you on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And every station you turn on, there's Christmas music or holiday music going on. And luckily, right there, nothing. When we were showing our tree, we had no
well, I can
music.
sing. Or, I mean, I've got it. I was playing it in the...
Let's get over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. Have you been listening to any kind of No,
No,
you're not.
Not happening. Not happening yet. 28 days, though, until Christmas, guys, from today. So, yeah, it is right here, and we're getting those colder temperatures just in time for December as we get closer to the brand new month. Our Towson Cam, we are seeing some of those low clouds hanging around right now. The wind is not an issue yet, but it will pick up later today. Temperatures right now in the mid to upper 30s as you step outside for Cockeysville and Rosedale out through Essex and Middle River, right about 38, 40 in Dundalk, 37 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So a foggy and cool morning, breezy for the afternoon. Those temperatures staying on the colder side of things this week. Overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temperatures staying in the mid to upper 30s, but drying out nicely as we get into your morning commute. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about just how cold those numbers get tomorrow and Wednesday in just a few.
This morning, in a city in crisis, car crimes continue to impact all corners of Baltimore.
Yeah, latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station on TV Hill. Baltimore police say a woman was carjacked by two people who pulled a weapon on her right along Clipper Mill Road in Hamden. She was able to get a child out of the car before police say suspects drove off.
Car thefts, which have more than tripled compared to this time last year, are raising concerns from residents.
One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of the city's stolen car crisis twice, with the latest theft that was caught on camera.
Shannon Liddy is joining us live from the Northern District Police Station with that man's frustration. Shannon.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Patrice and Tom, this man is fed up, not only with the criminals, but with those in charge of fighting crime as well. Just several months ago, his 2019 Kia Soul was stolen, and yesterday morning, it happened again.
I woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
Take a look at these photos showing two suspects casing out the car. The owner you just heard there, John Floyd, installed the camera a few months ago after his car was stolen the first time. The total repair cost that time around $8,088. And if that bill wasn't high enough, he says he got a speed camera ticket in the mail. Well, Floyd says that he even had a wheel lock on his Kia, but still somehow the thieves were able to steal it. And he is not alone in his frustrations. We know so far this year, according to BPD data, 9,720 cars have been stolen in the city. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
We are inching closer to 11,000 car thefts this year in Baltimore. Several carjacking, car thefts, and attempted thefts have turned violent all across the city.
What is going on?
Last weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who attempted to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding the teen down until police arrived and arrested the teen.
And then earlier this month, a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old were arrested for beating a woman and attempting to steal her car in Butchers Hill. They were released just 2 hours after their arrest. And then this past summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps away from his home in Campton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
Well, if you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts in Baltimore, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can just send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. 6:04, we have some breaking news coming out of Israel this morning. We have a brand new video showing a third round of Hamas hostages being released.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Megan.
Yeah, take a look, guys. This is what's happening right now. 17 more hostages just released over the hours, arriving at a children's medical center in Israel overnight. You can see a crowd there watching this happen. More pictures recently posted from the Israel Defense Force. You can see women, children, and elderly foreign nationals now being released over the last few days here after roughly 50 days in Hamas captivity. The youngest of whom, Abigail Edan, a 4-year-old little girl and dual Israeli-American citizen. Her parents were killed in the Hamas attack that started that war back on October 7th. President Biden now speaking out on that release.
She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Most of the hostages were handed directly over to Israel, to a cheering crowd here as they arrived at an Air Force base, while others left through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. In exchange, Israel releasing 39 Palestinian prisoners, largely accused of public disorder, property damage, and in some cases throwing stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli officers. We want to take you live now to Gaza. Today marks the 4th day of the ceasefire, allowing for hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid to arrive into Gaza. I want to show you that right now. Look at this. IDF actually posting this. You can see some of those trucks there. We're told they're filled with critical supplies. We're talking food, water, baby formula, and blankets. Live now to Washington here now, as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just announcing his plans to bring a national security package that would tie together Israel and Ukraine funding as soon as this week. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as news breaks. Patrice.
Well, Black Friday has always been known as the unrivaled shopping holiday, but has that changed? Still ahead, why shoppers prefer to try to score deals from their couch.
Waking up victorious. Look at their well-deserved bragging rights just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning, but going to be even colder tomorrow as we get closer to December. We'll take a closer look at that forecast for you on the way.
And before we go to break, we want to take a look at your Len-Stoller traffic network. Yeah, you can see a little bit more volume picking up here at 6:07, and some of the cameras that we're taking around the Baltimore region, but no incidents, knock on wood, to report right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local. .610 this morning, the flock waking up on cloud 9 after a big win over the Chargers.
Are you awake this morning?
A little bit. Yeah, I know. It's a little tiring today.
All right, we've got Taylor Stewart live in studio with more on the reaction that's pouring in following that game. Taylor?
Oh, that's right. We're taking you live first to M&T Bank Stadium. It is all lit up this morning as the Ravens wake up victorious over the LA Chargers. Final score there, 20-10, Ravens on top. And the fans, well, they've earned their bragging rights this morning, and reaction is just pouring in on social media. Let's take a look at what people are saying. But first, we got to start with the dub cam, because This is where we are, #1 in the AFC North. And look at this. Folks are just saying, honestly, it's nice to see the Ravens actually win one of the games where they start beating themselves and look off. It's a sign of improvement. That's what we've seen a lot this season. And guess what? If they stay healthy, they're going to be dangerous. Look ahead now to what's next for the Ravens, because they've got a bye week coming up. So they will not play until the 10th against the LA Rams. Following that, the Ravens are going to head to Jacksonville. They play the Jaguars on December 17th. Then Christmas Day, they go to San Francisco to play the 49ers. They'll finish out your 2023 season with the play right here at home on New Year's Eve against Miami Dolphins.
Well, let's take a look and see how this week played out for the AFC North standings.
So the Ravens are leading the division with a 9-3 record. The Steelers, who won over the Bengals yesterday, are tied with the Browns, who lost to the Broncos yesterday. They're tied at 7-4. And then the Bengals take the bottom spot at 5-6.
We'd like to see how you are cheering on the Ravens all season long. Send us your pictures through our Chime In right at foxbaltimore.com and the WBFF app. It's all powered by Stackler. Caregivers are there for your everyone in need, but what about their health and their health care? Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, why it's key for caregivers to take time and set aside time for their own well-being.
But first, colder weather means more opportunities for potential thieves to trick homeowners. Why younger adults may be more vulnerable to winter scams than their parents. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Black Friday used to be the Super Bowl for shoppers, kicking off the holiday season, but has that changed? Malls across the U.S. aren't seeing the surge they used to typically see the day after Thanksgiving.
Clearly, the month of November has changed really since the pandemic.
Well, more shoppers are looking to score deals online later today for what you know as Cyber Monday.
A pretty big shift from the Black Fridays I remember about a decade ago, where people would line up early outside the stores. Now people are shopping in their pajamas.
Yeah, I shopped in my pajamas on Black Friday, too, right from home. So much easier. The deals you see on Cyber Monday, I can do more shopping today, not likely going to be much different than the Black Friday. If you're holding off in hopes of seeing discounts dip further as we get closer to the end of the year, experts say that is unlikely because retailers still want profits heading into the year-end quarter. And I'm done shopping.
The numbers are in from Black Friday, and I don't believe that, Patrice. Many retailers have reasons to smile. Several reports show Friday's holiday sales set records. Both in-store and online retail sales were up from last year. One report from Adobe Analytics reported a record $9.8 billion in online sales on Black Friday. That's a 7.5% jump just over last year. Analytics predict today, Cyber Monday, may generate up to $12 billion in sales, and that would also set a record.
I've reached my limit. I'm done. I promise. My husband says I'm done. Topping your consumer news, as it gets colder, consumer experts are warning you to be aware of some winter scams. When it snows, expect an uptick in snowplow scams where homeowners pay up front, but no one ever shows up to do the work. And if you receive a notice about an overdue utility bill threatening to cut off service, be sure to verify with your local provider before you fork over any cash. Experts say younger generations are falling victim to these scams at a higher rate.
Perception is that older adults are the ones losing money to scammers. But what BBB research has shown is it's the 18 to 24-year-olds who are more susceptible to scams and losing more money than any other age group.
Well, this winter, the Better Business Bureau says avoid paying for a job until it is complete and be sure to ask for references.
Well, check this out. It's all caught on camera. A deer apparently getting a jump on the holiday shopping. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Police in Rockland, Maine, responding to an alarm call at a local store on Thanksgiving. You saw a little bit of it there. When officers arrived, they were expecting to find a burglar or an intruder, but instead they found the white-tailed deer just running around, knocking things over and causing a little mayhem.
Well, it had apparently smashed through a large front glass window to get in there. Store managers helped police herd the deer outside. Officers say the animal was not seriously injured. Can't say that for the merchandise.
They're going to have a little sale there now, right? Well, now we want to find out exactly how cold it's going to feel today.
All the better to stay in and shop from the comfort of your home. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the Full Weather Authority forecast.
And I'm excited this week because December 1st starts the wine advent calendar. So each day.
Did you get one? Because they go fast.
Oh, yeah, no, we got ours in like late October. Yeah, no, it's been sitting there. It's ready to go. We added cheese last year, well, the last couple of years. And then this year we're adding chocolate. So it's wine, cheese, and chocolate every single day in the month of December up until Advent or till Christmas, I guess. So anyway, 'tis the season, y'all. Our downtown Baltimore camera looking into M&T Bank Stadium, your first place Baltimore Ravens, not just the AFC North. They are the #1 seed right now in the AFC. They have the best record in the AFC after the win, and they get a nice bye week to relax. Back at it in a week and 13 days, essentially, from right now at M&T Bank Stadium. Here's a look at your temperatures and what's going on with the HD radar. Not a lot. We're not tracking any more of that rain. We had the rain kind of hanging around with that coastal low yesterday. That brought all the clouds around and the drizzly conditions. And now we've got a wind advisory for Garrett and Allegheny counties. It starts this afternoon, goes through tomorrow morning. That's because this cold front will be moving through and we'll have the breezy to windy conditions for all of us up and down the 95 corridor on your Monday afternoon. So as the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up with temperatures in the 30s for the next couple of hours. 40s by noontime. We'll get close to about 50 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon for today. Hank the Bird, good morning to you. Yeah, he's excited about Thanksgiving being over, and now we can focus on the holidays for December. 42 by 9 a.m. into the upper 40s by about noontime, and upper 40s and lower 50s for some of us later this afternoon. Most of us stay in the mid to upper 40s, and 53 is typically where we are this time of year. That's the 30-year average, but up and down central Maryland and even across the 95 corridor, we'll keep those upper 40s and lower 50s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Pilots, if you want to go flying today, well, finally a VFR day. visual flight rules out there, but breezy conditions. That wind's coming in at 290, so going to definitely be dealing with that left crosswind on 3-3 for Martin State as well as BWI. I'll probably use 2-8 at BWI. All right, so here's our future scan. Looking good today and tomorrow. In fact, not tracking any rain, just a few clouds coming through tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. Some of the models want to paint a few flakes flying in the mountains tomorrow morning. Don't think that's going to be much of an issue because we'll have drier air in place. Then finally by Thursday, we get some moderating conditions. More of that southerly wind will help to bring up our temperatures. Tracy S. in Dundalk sent me this picture of Hyper Piper ready for the holidays. Little bow on the doggy right there. So thank you for that, Tracy in Dundalk. Love to get your holiday pet pics. Here we go. I mean, we're in the holidays now. So it's jcchambers at foxbaltimore.com. Just email me those pet pics, your JPEG, and we'll put it on TV. 7-day forecast. Yeah, we'll wake up below freezing tomorrow morning, and we'll barely get to 41. It's going to feel even colder with the wind today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday, we're back to the mid-40s. Don't really get back to the 50s again until Thursday and Friday as we approach the first weekend of December. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the region here. Traffic is moving smoothly along 83. Both lanes moving nicely on the top left there. We have an accident, Glen Burnie, right on 100. Camera on the bottom right cannot show, it doesn't actually show the incident, but the traffic is backed up all the way onto Oakwood Road. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones, the MTA. Good Monday morning, Mark.
Well, good Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden train 843 and Penn train 407 with 5-minute delays. Brunswick train 890 with a 5 to 10-minute delay. Light rail operating with a delay. It's presently running about 20 minutes late. You'll want to allow a little extra time in your travels there on light rail. And Metro subway on schedule in both directions. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. It is beginning to feel a lot like Christmas right here in our studio because today
you sang Christmas music.
I did start to sing a little bit of it. It's you have to now, right? Today marks day one in our countdown to Christmas giveaways. Coming up, we'll let you know what's up for grabs and when you can call and have a chance to win.
The holiday season, a time of joy, but also stress. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Experts weigh in on how to cope with depression during the holiday season.
6:25, and we have a health watch for you this morning.
The holiday season is joyful, but it can also be stressful for millions of Americans who are juggling family obligations and holiday expenses.
National correspondent Angela Brown talked to an expert about the ways to manage your stress during the holiday season.
Home for the holidays and interacting with your family can be stressful, especially for young college students facing a variety of issues.
We receive a lot of calls from them when they go back home and they say they're being misgendered.
Dr. Tia Dole is the Chief 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Officer at Vibrant Emotional Health. She says people in crisis call 988 from closets, bathrooms.
When you're around family members who are challenging, figuring out where you can have a safe space is key.
The American Psychological Association says 38% of people say the holidays cause more stress, depression, anxiety, conflict that often boils over at the dinner table. Therapist Joyce Gardner has this advice.
It may not be the perfect meal you planned, or you might not expect everybody to have things come up at the last minute where they can't be there, but accept and give yourself grace.
Experts recommend having a plan in place, including people to call and resources for help if you feel like you're in crisis.
I'm feeling this way. How escalated? Do I need to call 988, or do I need to call my clinician, or do I need to call my pastor? What can I do here to connect with other people?
Holiday stress extends into the new year. A recent report said that 33% of Americans are stressed out about gaining weight during the holiday season. Reporting in Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
You are going to want to bundle up as you make your way out the door on this crisp Monday morning. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how the rest of the week is shaping.
Crime will be a focal point in the 2024 mayoral race. Coming up, we take a look at the state of the city and who could be behind the drop in homicides we're seeing this year. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Countdown to Christmas begins today. Oh yeah, you hear the music. And for our first gift, it's going to be revealed this half hour. Looking live at the tree this morning, still for grabs, some Skull Candy wireless earbuds, a lot of lottery tickets, some Harry Potter stuffed toys, even 4 tickets to the Inner Harbor Ice Rink. Now we will tell you when to call in and when we will open a gift. So make sure you stay around all morning long.
Well, welcome back on this Monday. It's a good Monday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels like we're getting closer to Christmas.
It does.
This morning, we had that full moon out. It was bright. I was like, do I even need headlights driving in?
Yes, because there were deer. I at least 6 deer on my way from home to here. So
were they reindeer? I mean, you know, it's that time.
I don't know. I hope not, because some of them didn't make it. I passed them in the road, so hopefully they weren't. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, let's turn this corner.
Oh, poor Donner and Blitzen.
Yeah, well, you know, 8, 6, 5, as long as he has a few to get him going, we'll be good to go. 28 days until Christmas right now, guys, and we are dealing with some of the wet roads and even possibly some slick conditions with temperatures that are hanging out in the 30s right now. Still about 30 minutes before the sun comes up from our Towson camera, and also some patchy fog. Still have to deal with some of that in those areas, those low-lying areas. Right about 30 in Oakland right now, 41 Cumberland, Hagerstown, 36 in Frederick, 39 in Westminster, and we're at 38 in Baltimore City as you wake up with us. So next couple of hours, numbers staying in the 30s for the most part. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Just watch for the roads that will continue to dry out. And you can see over the next 3 days, only 50 today, but we'll drop to the 40s tomorrow. And we stay in the 40s on Wednesday. And we also have the wind that we have to deal with starting this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that and how it's going to feel when you're outside coming up.
Developing this morning, an investigation is underway into one of the latest shootings happening in Baltimore.
And just before 8 last night, officers responded to a shot spotter alert right along North Dukeland Street. An individual then led them to Winchester Street, where a male victim was found lying in the road, suffering from a gunshot wound to his head. The victim was transported to an area hospital. Well, this morning we have live team coverage on how crime in Baltimore could impact the upcoming mayoral race.
We begin with Shannon Lilly, who is looking at the state of the city in terms of crime and who is behind improvement. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to the drop in homicides that we're seeing this year, Patrice and Tom, many are attributing that improvement to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron. Both have promised a tougher on crime approach here in the city. And since that partnership took effect, homicides are down some 20%, non-fatal shootings down 9%. Meanwhile, Mayor Brandon Scott is addressing that claim. Take a listen.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
Meanwhile, peace spokesperson Giovanni Patterson joined us on Fox 45 News this weekend, and he says leaders should celebrate collaboration rather than taking credit.
We see in Baltimore is really this kiss the ring mentality where, you know, certain people have to get credit for certain things when it, you know, could be a team effort, or there could be certain other aspects, you know, avenues that reduce the crime versus the actual crime plan.
So he mentioned the crime plan there. You'll remember that Mayor Scott's 5-year crime plan, Patrice and Tom, it hinges on a more holistic approach to try to reduce violence.
So Shannon, what is mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon saying about the current state of the city?
Well, she is echoing something, Patrice, that we heard from Councilman Eric Costello earlier this month. She says she has never seen so much dysfunction inside City Hall. Meanwhile, Mayor Brandon Scott is responding to that criticism. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, you know, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Leadership that's failing the city is almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Now, so far, polls indicate the 2024 mayoral race will come down to Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now continuing our coverage on the mayoral race, Taylor Stewart joins us live here in studio with a deeper dive into the crime numbers in the city. Taylor?
That's right. It's becoming a central focus in this approaching race and quite literally impacting the candidates themselves. Just last week, former Mayor Sheila Dixon tweeting this, saying Baltimore needs to be better after a double shooting forced her to cancel a campaign event near Mondawmin Mall Monday. Now, in reality, though, both deadly and non-deadly shootings are down in the city. Under Mayor Scott's leadership, homicides have been on pace right now to reach below 300 for the first time in 9 years. Let's take a look here. It's a milestone Scott's been pushing for the last 3 years. His first year in office, 2021, the city capped off with 338 homicides, 335 in 2022. Present day right now, 239. But looking now at Dixon's first term in office, when she came into office 2007, there were 282. 234 2008, that was her first term, and her second term ended with 240.
This could be a big win for the mayor and help him towards re-election, because psychologically people may say, well, gosh, now the number is 270 and everyone's going to focus on that. Maybe things are getting better as far as dealing with the crime issue and the fact that the crime numbers not only went down while she was mayor, but continued to go down with the policies she placed in after she had to resign.
Well, keep in mind here, there is a third candidate, teacher and nonprofit leader Wendy Bozell. She entered this race last week with plans to tackle rising youth violence. Political analyst John Deedy says while she is the underdog, she represents two of the issues that he perceives will be the biggest when this race comes down to the final vote: crime and education. We're going to keep you posted right here on the race. From Fox 45 Morning News, Patrice.
So here's our question of the day. Who do you trust to reduce crime and keep your family safe in Baltimore? Mayor Brandon Scott or Sheila Dixon? And so far, 95% of people who voted say Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
Frustration over car thefts in Baltimore as a man says he's been a target several times, where he says city leaders are falling short in protecting residents.
Proud of the players, the way they played. I thought the fourth quarter was a statement.
Yeah, the Ravens in the division driver's seat with the Browns and Steelers hot on the tail. Still ahead, how the AFC North is shaping up through the first 12 weeks of the season.
A breezy and chilly start to your work week with highs in the 40s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is just how cold will it get when we make our way into December. 6:38 is your time.
641, as you search for good deals on this Cyber Monday, we are bracing for big economic news.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with the numbers that are dropping soon. Megan.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, the big question, are people shopping right now? Are they taking advantage of these deals? At 10 o'clock this morning, we'll get an inkling of that. We're going to get an update on consumer confidence as we pull up this graph here. In particular, we are looking to see if expectations will be improving, because you can see it's not looking good right here for the coming year. If you remember, last month's confidence report found consumer expectations fell to 75 points. And just for context, guys, the conference board says any number under 80 has historically signaled a recession in the next year, so hoping for a rebound. Also this morning, we're going to get a new report on sales for new constructions in the last month. With a lack of existing homes on the market, we know that new construction jumped this summer to an all-time record share of overall home purchases. We're going to be watching to see if demand is still as strong as we head into what is usually the slower months of the year for home buyers over the holidays. Looking ahead on Thursday, we're going to be focused on inflation. Of the two inflation reports that we get each month, Thursday's is the one that the Fed prefers. We know the Fed's next meeting on interest rates is set to happen in about 2 weeks from right now. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these new numbers drop. Patrice?
Almost 40 vacant properties in Baltimore City are now able to be bid on in online auctions. Still ahead, one real estate investor's advice for anyone looking to buy a vacant home.
Plus, the Christmas shopping season, it's here. And that's also when porch pirates get really busy. Coming up, a couple that has been tragically hit 4 times, even with good security. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .45 and in your morning rush, car crimes continue to impact all corners of Maryland and Baltimore, especially. The latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station on TV Hill. One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of the city's stolen car crisis twice. The latest theft all caught on camera. Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Northern District Police Station with that man's frustration. Shannon?
Man, Tom, he's frustrated. Crime. Yesterday morning, it was stolen on it.
All right, so we're going to get back to Shannon as soon as we can get that cleared up. Meanwhile, the flock is waking up victorious after a big win over the LA Chargers. Taylor Stewart is live in studio. She's got more on the reaction that's pouring in following that hard-fought game. Taylor, it says it right there. I love that.
Look, good morning, Ravens flock. It's a victory Monday. Here we are, folks. We won over the Chargers 20-10, and the fans can't get enough here, guys, because look, your record says what you are. And Ravens, they're 9-3 heading into a bye week. And we know they've got their flaws, but they deserve their respect. And folks are dancing. This is a dance line I wish I was in on, because it is a victory Monday, and we're going to have more on the upcoming schedule as the #1 team in the AFC North pushes forward. We're going to keep you guys updated right here at our live center and bring you the latest here at 7 a.m.
Zay Flowers twice, and I love it when he threw the football bouquet back. That was very good.
All right, well, now we need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. We're going into a new week, closer to Christmas, feeling like that, the holiday season, because it's cold.
Well, you know, we keep talking about the Ravens being first in the AFC North. We got to remember, we're first in the AFC. I mean, we are the #1 seed, so we got to keep talking about that. The fact that they are 9-3, they're the best record, the second best record in the entire NFL. So not bad at all for early or late November, early December, as we get into kind of the bulk of when real football starts. People say, you know, football starts after Thanksgiving. That's when things kind of get going. So here's a look at our live cam in Towson. A few of those low clouds kind of hanging around right now with our temperatures that are chilly, upper 30s right now, 38 officially in Towson, that wind chill at 33 degrees. Now, we have wind advisories that will start at Garrett and Allegheny County this afternoon. They will go through tomorrow morning, as we'll get more of that upslope flow, and could even see a few snow flurries around parts of the western mountains here tomorrow morning. This is the cold front that is going to be passing through. So this essentially is our next weather maker. As the front moves through later this afternoon, that wind is going to pick up. So this is what it looks like on our future scan with our peak wind gusts, anywhere from 18 to 20 to 25 miles an hour. That westerly to northwesterly wind, even stronger wind is on the way for tomorrow, especially behind that cold front. You're going to see more of a westerly wind at 25 to 35 miles an hour. That means it's going to make it feel even colder than those temperatures that we're expecting today and tomorrow. On your Rise and Shine cast, upper 30s and lower 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll see those temperatures throughout the day today, and the sun up at 7:03, goes to bed tonight at 4:45 this evening. Those daylight hours are shrinking as we get closer to the winter solstice. 45 for your temperature at 10 a.m. today, hanging out there at Penn Station, and close to 50 for some of us in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Again, with the wind, we're not going to feel like that. We'll be hanging on to those 40s here in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour for this evening. So overall, our temperatures mid to upper 40s, some of us right near that 50-degree mark. We're typically in the lower 50s this time of year, but up and down the 95 corridor, upper 40s and lower 50s is what you'll find from Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Only 39 in Cumberland this afternoon. So definitely a breezy day today, pilots. It is VFR, which is good as we're seeing visual flight rules. But again, that wind is really going to pick up. We'll have to deal with crosswind takeoff and landings, especially that 290 kind of wind heading is what we're going to see throughout the day today. Future scan staying dry. We're not tracking any rain, and we'll have a few clouds around early tomorrow morning. Some of the models want to pick up a few flakes flying in our northern counties and over in western Maryland as well. But overall, just pretty dry at the surface to get any of that actual snowflake accumulation. Now, we're only going to get to 41 tomorrow. A lot of us don't even get out of the 30s, and with the wind, we'll feel colder than that. We'll see 40s on Wednesday. Finally, some mid to upper 50s, some warmer conditions as we head toward the end of the week. And really, our next chance for rain, not until we get to Friday.
All right, well, it is time to get in the Christmas spirit here. We are opening the first gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway, so here we go.
All right, first one of the season. Just going to open it up. When we open it up, we'll tell you about it, what it is and what it does and what it'll be good for. And then, and then you call in and win. So that's when you can win. So this is.
There's 24 pieces to this one.
All right, so you gotta shake these up. Oh, looks at that. It looks kind of like food, but it's not. First gifts are Calypso Expedition Ocean Creatures, a Mars rover set. So from the ocean to space.
There we go.
Magnetic play systems are perfect for the imaginative young builder or creator. These gift sets are worth a combined $80 and available at calypso.com.
All right. Well, here you go.
All right.
Now's your time to call in. The number on your screen, 410-481-8308. And then caller 10 will get to take these 2 gifts home. Good for 6 to 10-year-olds. Lots of pieces in here.
$40 for one of these boxes. Nice. Going outer space. Not bad at all. 30 pieces in this one.
Oh, we won't open them.
Less on the vacuum. All right. Feeling a little tired and bloated after your Thanksgiving feasts? Yeah, coming up on our 9 o'clock hour, how you can put those extra calories to good use in our post-Turkey Day workout.
And girls, are you having troubles looking for that one piece of jewelry for the perfect occasion? Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour local store where you can find some of your favorite jewels just in time for the holidays.
All these gifts and everything. Yes. I mean, and then when you're, maybe you're doing a little cyber shopping today, you need to stay awake. Okay. No?
Well, if you insist. Time for a coffee break. Might as well.
.655, and it seems like every year we say the same things. The numbers are in from Black Friday, and many retailers, they have a lot of reasons to smile.
Both in-store and online, retail sales were up from last year. One report from Sensormatic Solutions found traffic in brick-and-mortar stores rose 4.6% compared with 2022. Another group, Adobe Analytics, reported a record $9.8 billion in online sales on Black Friday. That is a 7.5% jump from last year.
With retailers welcoming Black Friday's traditional start of holiday sales, some anticipate more sales today Cyber Monday. And going back to Adobe Analytics, they're forecasting $12 billion in revenue for the upcoming shopping online focused day. Some of you may have already started. That's predicted to outpace Black Friday spending. Looking at the bigger picture, the National Retail Federation predicts holiday spending to hit record levels through next month. Remember, just about a week ago, they were saying, uh-oh, it's not going to be that great. Well,
and here we are. Well, today is expected to be the year's biggest online shopping day. Retail experts say consumers need to act fast before discounted products with high demand sell out. They also advise shoppers to concentrate on the categories that will offer substantial discounts today.
Say I would look at tech, small home appliances, fall apparel, beauty, gift sets. If those things are on your list, this is a great day to shop. And if not, if you're looking for example, toys or winter apparel or holiday themed items, wait until December because you'll see better deals on those categories if you wait a bit.
Well, with the Christmas shopping season upon us, it's also a time when the porch pirates get busy.
Yeah, a couple telling their story to say that they were hit 4 times. Steve Levine with our sister station in Ohio has more on this story.
Package deliveries expected to skyrocket the next month as the holiday season hits high gear.
We have a key for each person, and you open it up.
Jason, who asked not to be identified for safety reasons, shows us a layer of security at his New Albany apartment complex that has special lock boxes for delivered packages.
And you take the key and you will go down and you will open up the large box that has the number on it, and you'll take your package out.
But Jason tells us the packages not always dropped into the lock boxes after being delivered. He tells us since July, 4 packages he and his wife ordered to be delivered by the U.S. Postal Service have been stolen. 2 packages within the past 2 weeks. Jason recently shot this video that he says shows delivered packages sitting on this mail counter, ripped open and empty after being targeted by thieves.
They're just laid out so anybody can freely pick them up, take them, and that's what's been happening. We've had a high frequency of theft.
Jason says he's been trying to get the Postal Service to address the problem for months.
That was in July. Then it started up again just recently. When I reached back out to them, they said they would get back with me.
But Jason tells us he has yet to get a response from the government. ABC6 reached out to the Postal Service for Jason. In a statement, they told us in part, USPS is unaware of package thefts at the apartments. In a previously arranged agreement with the apartment complex management, the carrier leaves packages outside the parcel lockers when the lockers are full to eliminate the need for residents to pick up their packages at the post office. We will work with the apartment management to find an alternative solution.
I would like them to have some accountability.
ABC6 is on your side with simple ways you can stop the porch pirates. Track the ID number on the package so you know when it will be delivered. Require a signature on delivery. And get an alternative location so you know your package will be delivered safely. Jason and his wife already tracking their packages and now considering renting a P.O. box as they wait to learn if their packages can be delivered safely.
It's beyond stressful, it's beyond unacceptable, and something's got to change.
On your side, I'm Steve Levine, ABC6 News.
A North Baltimore man has his car stolen not once, but twice. Coming up, a look at that surveillance footage as it was all caught on camera.
Wind is going to pick up today. Temperatures are going to feel colder as well. We'll talk about just how long this chill hangs with us on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 is spreading the holiday cheer in just the last 15 minutes. Destiny from Gwen Oak became our very first winner. Woohoo! For this year's Countdown to Christmas. She won a Calypso Expedition Ocean Creatures and Mars rover set. And don't worry, we have more giveaways coming up all this morning, so make sure you keep watching. Good morning to you on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out, does it feel like the holidays? Meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
Yeah, we had those clouds and the drizzle we had to deal with yesterday afternoon. Definitely a good day to stay in and watch some football. Then as we get outside today, the sun will be with us here in just a few moments, but we still are dealing with some patchy fog in spots from our Towson camera right now. And those roads are eventually going to be drying out from that rain we had. Officially, more than a quarter of an inch of rain actually fell. Quarter of an inch of rain fell at BWI. Temperatures in the mid to upper 30s now for Cockeysville and Woodlawn, 34 in Rosedale, 38 Essex and Middle River. Maybe even some slick conditions out there, so be aware of that. It will be breezy later this afternoon, and those temperatures are staying colder. Will even feel colder than what they will actually be. So we're looking at upper 40s and close to 50, but that west-northwesterly wind at 15 to 25 miles an hour. It will be gusting today, and again, breezy to windy. Even windier conditions on the way forward tomorrow. We'll take another look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. An accident on BW Parkway as things jammed up this morning in Anne Arundel County. A camera there on the bottom left, a little behind the incident. Expected to slow down if you're heading in that direction. There was looks like a semi also involved with that on 95 north of the city. Then there's another incident that we have, and that is one that is actually down below this. It's south of, actually, you see it right in the middle there. It's right at 100 westbound. There's one vehicle and it's blocking you all the way, and you're blocked up for miles there. No cameras in that area. This morning in a city in crisis, car crimes continue to impact all corners of Baltimore.
The latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station here on TV Hill. Baltimore police say a woman was carjacked by two people who pulled a weapon on her along Clipper Mill Road in Hampden. She was able to get a child out of the car, fortunately, before police say the suspects drove off.
Well, car thefts, which have more than tripled compared to this time last year, are raising concerns from residents. One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of city's stolen car crisis twice, with the latest theft caught on camera. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from the Northern District Police Station with that man's frustration. Shannon?
Yeah, as you can imagine, Tom, this man is fed up not only with the criminals, but also with those responsible for fighting the crime. His 2019 Kia Soul was stolen several months ago. Yesterday morning, it happened again.
I woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
Take a look at these photos showing two suspects casing out the car. The owner you just heard there, John Floyd, installed the camera a few months ago after his car was stolen the first time. Well, the total repair cost that time around was $8,088. And if that bill wasn't high enough, he says he got a speed camera ticket in the mail.
I'm the victim, but I'm being treated like the villain. I mean, these guys go around stealing these cars each and every day, tearing people's cars up, and we got to dig in our pockets. We need to get on top of the crime rate as far as stealing cars. The mayor, the police, commissioner, or whoever is on top of crime and things in this city, they need to do something.
Now, Floyd says he even had a wheel lock on his Kia, but somehow the thieves were still able to steal it. And he is not alone in his frustrations. We know, according to Baltimore police data, so far this year, there have already been 9,720 cars stolen in the city. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, nearly 40 vacant properties in Baltimore City are now able to be bid on in several online auctions. The Housing Authority will hold 3 auction events through December 4th. The properties are in several different communities, including Johns Hopkins, Gwynns Falls Park, and other neighborhoods in East and West Baltimore. Now, there are nearly 14,000 vacant properties across the city. 92% of them are privately owned. Last month, Fox 45 News spoke with one real estate investor who has been trying to turn vacant properties into livable housing. He says he is considering leaving the city because he's afraid his investment properties will be impacted by crime or potentially even catch fire. He had advice for anyone looking to buy a vacant home.
Invest a lot of money in security first in order to start your work inside the houses. Trust me, they're gonna break in. Every time we go in, we're trying to make the house look beautiful, and we're trying to do the rehabs. You know, again, somebody would come in, vandalize it, break it in.
Well, if you are interested in bidding on a vacant property, you can find more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Breaking news coming out of Israel. We have brand new video showing a third round of Hamas hostages being released.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Megan?
Yeah, guys, take a look right here. You are seeing 17 more hostages. Now free right there, arriving at a children's medical center in Israel overnight to a crowd there standing by. More pictures recently posted from the Israel Defense Force here of women, children, and elderly foreign nationals being released over the last few days after roughly 50 days in Hamas captivity, the youngest of whom this little girl, Abigail Edan, a 4-year-old girl and dual Israeli-American citizen. Her parents were killed in the Hamas attack that started the war back on October 7th. President Biden now speaking out on that release.
She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Most of the hostages were handed directly over to Israel to a cheering crowd as they arrived at an Air Force base, while others left through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. In exchange, Israel releasing 39 Palestinian prisoners, largely accused of public disorder, property damage, and in some cases throwing stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli officers. Taking you live to West Bank, they've been keeping an eye outside of a prison where some of those hostages have been released. Also seeing a news conference underway in Israel. A doctor was giving an update there. Looks like it just froze, but that doctor was giving an update on the family members, some of those hostages that were just released. You can see him speaking right there. Today actually marks the 4th day of the ceasefire, allowing for hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid to arrive into Gaza. In fact, take a look at this right here, a convoy here. Check it out. These trucks that you see there filled with critical supplies of food, water, baby formula, and blankets. Want to take you live now to Washington, D.C. here this morning. We know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just announcing his plans to bring a national security package that would tie together Israel and Ukraine funding as soon as this week. We are going to keep you posted right here from our live center as news breaks. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Megan. 7:07 is the time.
We want to get another check of our forecast as you're starting this brand new week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, good morning, guys, and good morning to all of you. Hope you had a great holiday weekend, as now we are getting set for more of those holidays right around the corner. And starting off with some patchy fog in some spots and the wet roadways drying out nicely. The wind is really going to pick up here over the next couple of hours. And statewide, we're below freezing in Oakland, right in the 40s there for Hagerstown, 34 in Frederick. Westminster, you're at 39 and currently 37 in Baltimore City with 42 your temp in Annapolis. So as you head out the door, definitely grab a jacket, have those sunglasses ready to go. No need for the umbrella for today, as we'll see drier conditions ahead. And if you do want to run off some of that turkey and stuffing here on your jogging cast, upper 30s and lower 40s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
7:08 this morning, the flock is waking up on cloud 9 after a big win over the LA Chargers.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live here in studio with more on the reaction that's pouring in following that hard-fought game. Taylor.
Look, Ravens fans have earned their bragging rights. We're taking you first live to M&T Bank Stadium. All lit up this morning as the Ravens wake up victorious. That win over the LA Chargers with a final score of 20-10. Of course, our Birds on top here. And fans really just can't get enough of it. We're all waking up like this. Good morning. It is a Victory Monday. And take a look. You are what your record says. And right now, our record says 9-3 heading into a bye week. But the real thing here is, look, guys, we got a reason to dance. There's a reason to dance. I just want to say, Ravens flock with the two-step. And fans just really are looking toward the rest of this season. But there has been a little bit of reaction for the Chargers, this touchdown dance. He did his best Ray Lewis impression, but unfortunately so did the Ravens defense. All right, so looking ahead at the next schedule for the Ravens, we've got another game here after the bye week. For the next time we'll see the Ravens, will be here at home December 10th against the LA Rams. And then that game, of course, will be, on Fox 45. After that, Ravens head to Jacksonville to play the Jaguars. That's December 17th. And then on Christmas, stick around because they're playing the 49ers, but we're starting your New Year's off the right way, playing the Dolphins. We're going to keep you updated on the latest outcomes of these games.
Thank you, Taylor. In Washington, as the season continues to slip away from the Commanders, there's speculation head coach Ron Rivera could be replaced.
That hasn't happened yet, but another member of their coaching staff was just let go. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. has the latest. John.
Well, after the long holiday weekend, Washington Commanders fans have had a few days to digest what happened on Thursday. It was not pretty in Dallas. The Washington Commanders losing that game 45-10. And now when the Miami Dolphins come into D.C. here to play at FedEx Field on Sunday, it will be without defensive coordinator Jack Del Rio for the Commanders. He is now gone, and many are now calling for the head coach to be let go before this game. But it looks like that won't happen. It's looking more likely like Ron Rivera will make it through the end of the season. The Commanders have lost 8 out of 10 since a promising start for the new club's new ownership group in September when they won their first 2 games. Well, sources tell us that managing partner Josh Harris is inclined to keep Ron Rivera through the end of the regular season, but it is widely assumed that he will not return next season. That means there will be a search for a new head coach and possibly a new general manager. Rivera signed a 5-year deal ahead of the 2020 season, so he still has 1 year left on that contract.
It is something that, probably thinking about for a little bit. But the culmination obviously was for yesterday, and it was just like it just snowballed again, and again just thinking this might be the thing that could help it, and unfortunately we just didn't get it done. And like I said, the blame is we're all culpable, players and coaches. We have to be better.
Mathematically not impossible, but certainly not likely that the Commanders will make the playoffs. They would have to win their final 5 games to avoid finishing with a losing season for a 7th consecutive year. At FedEx Field, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, John. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency.
Crime expected to be a focus of next year's mayoral election. Topping our next half hour, how the candidate stands, what is their stance on violence, and how it could impact the outcome of the 2024 mayoral race. But first, do not overlook the pivotal act of self-care, why it's necessary for caregivers to prioritize their own well-being while caring for others. And our countdown to Christmas continues this morning, looking live at the base of our tree. Yeah, still up for grabs. Crabs for Christmas book, Batman and Superman toys. I see a lot of scratch-off tickets, even 4 tickets to the Inner Harbor Ice Rink. We'll tell you when it's chance to call, so stick around. Don't call now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Man, look at that great sunrise. Check that out over the Inner Harbor this morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:16 now. If you are a caregiver for a family member, maybe an aging parent or maybe a loved one who is ill, you know that it can be a rewarding job, but it's also an exhausting one. And that is why it's important to take care of yourself, something that caregivers don't often do. For today's Monday Morning House Call, Brandon Costantino, Oncology Support Program Manager in the Sandra and Malcolm Berman Cancer Institute at GBMC, is joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Caregivers have a heart of gold. They have to do what they do because that is a demanding job. And oftentimes, do you find they're not thinking about themselves or putting everybody else ahead of them?
Very often. It's definitely one of the bigger concerns we have when we're trying to support our caregivers.
And so why is it so important that they take a step back and care for themselves? Because they're probably thinking, this person needs more care. I'm fine, but this person needs more care than I do.
You know, the classic example we always give is when you're on an airplane, they say you have to fasten your own oxygen mask before you can fasten anyone else's. That's because if you go down, there's no one to help that other person. You have to take care of yourself first. So that's what we always tell. That's how we try to sell it to caregivers. And
so what does that look like? Give them some practical steps to take, because, you know, we know that they don't often listen to what needs to be done. So let's spell it out for them.
Absolutely. Whatever a person does to recharge their batteries and relax. For some people, it's a massage. For some people, it's reading a book. For some people, it's getting some sleep. For some people, it's taking a walk outside, spending time with friends, watching a football game. Whatever it is that you do to relax, you need to take time to do that. Because if you're not well, you're not going to be able to care for the person that you're taking care of.
And so how does GBMC help them do that?
Well, one of the things is we try to encourage them and educate people on why it's so important. And we also will at times make referrals out to programs that will help with exactly that sort of thing. We have massage therapy here at GBMC in our boutique, so we will refer people for that. And we try to get people engaged in a conversation about what recharges their batteries, which will help them be more aware of what it is that they can do to help themselves.
And the holiday season, often one of the busiest times of the year, often one of the most stressful times. So even more important now for everybody, including caregivers, to get some rest and relaxation, recharge.
Absolutely. This is probably the toughest time with all of the other pressures and family gatherings and all the other things people are trying to do, and then also take care of someone who's really ill. It can be really, really difficult.
All right. Brendan, thank you so much for joining us and sharing that advice. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's 7:19 and it's a cold one to start this morning.
It is cold, but are we able to take the BAM shot real quick? Because, I mean, my goodness, talk about lowering some stress. A beautiful sunrise would help that out a lot. Look at that.
That's
my
gorgeous.
Goodness. And that
it's
makes you
golden.
warmer. It is. Yeah. All right.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
That's what Superman does to recharge. That's why I call it my Superman walk, because he goes up there, you know, and he's all like wake and everything. He goes up to the top of the world and the universe, and he like gets the sun and gets recharged. So it's nice to see that, especially with as cloudy and as drizzly as we were yesterday. We started off the day okay, and then that coastal low came in and brought those kind of scattered showers that stayed with us through most of the afternoon and evening into the overnight hours, which is why those roads are a bit wet this morning. But our temperatures are chilly. The sun looks great. It's the wind that's going to pick up later today. And that's why Garrett and Allegheny counties have the wind advisories. They start this afternoon and will go through early tomorrow morning. No other wind advisories as of yet, but that could change because that wind is expected to be even stronger tomorrow. This cold front is going to be moving in from the west, and this will cross our region as we get into the afternoon. Notice still some snow showers in the Great Lakes region, definitely that colder Arctic air. But what we're going to see here move in over the next couple of days is the wind and the colder air. In fact, some of the coldest temps of the season so far. This is the wind and the future wind gusts here later this afternoon. Some 20 to 25 miles an hour, kind of a westerly, northwesterly wind. Even stronger wind is expected for tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be behind the cold front. We'll see a solid westerly wind at 25 to 30 miles an hour. Now, with the temperature and the wind, we've got wind chill numbers that are going to be potentially in that dangerous category, especially early tomorrow morning. Now, this is our wind chill for this afternoon. We'll be in the 40s and some lower 50s, but it's going to feel like the 30s today. And then look at this for tomorrow morning, especially as the kids get ready to go back to school here. We're looking at some teens for wind chill numbers. By tomorrow afternoon, our temperatures get to the 30s, some lower 40s, but look at the wind chill numbers in the teens and 20s. So that's what it's going to feel like. That's why I say blustery on Wednesday or on Tuesday, and then Wednesday will be even colder as well. So make sure those kids are bundled up. Beep, beep. This is the week. Got to make sure they have all their winter gear ready to go. Temperatures in the 30s this morning, mid to upper 40s by noon, and we'll get close to 50 for a lot of us later today. But again, it's not going to be that nice spring 50-degree temperature. It'll be more of that colder winter 50-degree temperature. And golfers, probably at least a 1, if not a 2-club win today, maybe even a 3-club win tomorrow, because that wind is going to continue to pick up. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Temperatures here right about 50 today. We're going to wake up below freezing tomorrow morning and barely get to the lower 40s. Finally, by Wednesday, less wind, temperatures rise a little bit. And then Thursday and Friday actually looking pretty good, mid to upper 50s. So a milder end to the week as we get closer to December. Next chance for rain comes on Friday, and then another round of rain coming on Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. With the long holiday weekend, it's now time to turn those indulgent calories into some fuel. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, 5 exercises that will prepare you for the work week ahead.
And the Shriners Festival of Trees, do you have your tree yet? Why not support a great cause, win a wonderful tree, and for a low cost? You won't believe it. I'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25, and from trees to train gardens to a holiday market, all things festival right here in Maryland.
Mark Clark live at the Boomy Shriners Temple with what they have going on this year. 'Tis the season, Mark.
'Tis the season. You can feel the spirit. I'm with Randy Dietrich. He's the chairman of this amazing event. So, Randy, the Festival of Trees, it's here. It doesn't cost you a lot, but it's a lot of great things you can win. Tell us about it.
All right, this is an event. Obviously, it's a Christmas event that they're doing around the country at many shrines, and so we're not original with our idea, but it's our first year doing it. And as you can see, there's trees all around. We have 28 trees here right now. We have 17 vendors coming and going, and we have a whole lot of support from the shrine members ourselves. To put all this together.
I love it.
And it's really, I would say it's about three basic things. The first is, obviously, it's a fundraiser. It's help us keep the lights on in this building so that we can continue to support the hospital, so that we can continue to support the community. That's the first piece of this. The second piece of this is community outreach. We get the community in. We like to get involved with the community, get those folks to know us, and we get to know them. And the third thing is just basically getting more of the shrine guys together and the ladies. The ladies here are a huge support to this. But, you know, we don't always get a chance to get together other than meetings and things like that. So this is just another way that we can all get together and work together.
I love it. And here's the thing, guys. When you know, for $1, you bid on the tree. If you win, you get the gifts and the tree underneath it. And so this is obviously the Elvis tree is a great opportunity for me to do my Elvis impression. Can you get the lip? Get the lip here. It'll be a blue Christmas without you.
It is all about the lip.
Tree if it comes with Mark.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
The Elvis.
Elvis has left the building.
Oh, apparently he hasn't. That was pretty good. That's a great pause there.
If you'd like to get more information about the Festival of Trees, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, it's going to be mostly sunny. We saw some beautiful sun out there and breezy today. Highs in the 40s, so that's a little chilly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect a warm-up.
Ravens going into their bye week again as winners after the break. How Lamar Jackson reacting to their big win against the Chargers. 7:28 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:31 and taking a live look as the sun is hitting M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens get a big win against the Chargers. Final score 20-10 in L.A. The Ravens continue to be on top of the AFC North in their standings.
We have tough guys, and we got guys who want to win. They're going to put their heart on the line, blood, sweat, and tears. That's part of football. And, Ravens known for being a tough team, and those guys showed it.
Well, welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels cold, even though you saw that sun out. We need to find out exactly how cold.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
I saw what Lamar said, on the little thing when they say where they're from or whatever, the player introductions, and he said, ball till you fall. And I was like, I like that. That's a good, that's how the Ravens, they're doing good. So #1 in the entire AFC. That's good stuff. And right now, Victory Monday, victorious. Lots of sun that is out there. The wind is going to pick up later today. It's chilly, but it'll be nice to get the roads all dried out from that rain that was kind of just hanging around all day yesterday. Thankfully, we didn't have one of those home games around here yesterday afternoon. 34 in Cockeysville, 37 Baltimore City right now, 42 your temp in Annapolis. So we're going to see those temperatures climb to the upper 40s and eventually close to the lower 50s, but the wind is going to make it feel colder than that, really picking up out of the west-northwest, about 15 to 25 miles an hour for the afternoon. So 50 today, only 41 tomorrow, and mid-40s on Wednesday. So today will be okay, but the numbers are going down starting tomorrow, so definitely getting some of the coldest air of the season moving in. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about if there's any rain in our future as well. Patrice?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We're taking a live look at Ruxton Road and Charles Street, where things are moving along just fine out on the roads. Nice and bright for the morning commute. No incidents or accidents to report. Developing this morning, an investigation is underway into one of the latest shootings happening in Baltimore.
Just before 8 last night, officers responding to a shot spotter alert right on North Dukeland Street. An individual then led them to Winchester Street, where they found a male victim lying in the road, suffering from a gunshot wound to his head. And the victim was transported to an area hospital. This morning, we have live team coverage on how crime in Baltimore could impact the upcoming mayoral race.
We begin with Shannon Lilly, who is looking at the state of the city in terms of crime and who is behind improvements going on. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to the drop in homicides that we're seeing so far this year, Patrice and Tom, many are attributing that to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron. Both have promised a tougher on crime approach to tackling crime in the city. And since that partnership took effect, we have seen homicides drop by 20%. Non-fatal shootings are down 9%. But Mayor Scott is addressing that claim.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
Now, Peace spokesperson Giovanni Patterson joined us on Fox 45 News this weekend, and he says city leaders should celebrate collaboration rather than trying to take credit for the improvement.
We see in Baltimore is really this kiss the ring mentality where, certain people have to get credit for certain things when it, could be a team effort, or there could be certain other aspects, avenues that reduce the crime versus the actual crime plan.
So we mentioned the crime plan, and you'll remember, Tom and Patrice, that Mayor Scott's 5-year crime plan focuses on a holistic approach to trying to reduce violence.
Well, Shannon, what is mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon saying about the current state of the city?
Dixon is echoing the same statements that we heard from Councilman Eric Costello earlier this month, that she has never seen so much dysfunction in City Hall as there is now. But Mayor Scott is defending himself from that criticism. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Leadership is failing the city.
it's almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Now, so far, polls do indicate that the 2024 mayoral race will come down to Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, continuing our coverage of the mayoral race, Taylor Stewart is joining us live in studio with a deeper dive into crime numbers in the city. Taylor?
That's right. It's becoming a central focus in the approaching mayoral race and quite literally impacting the candidates themselves. Last week, former Mayor Sheila Dixon tweeting this, saying Baltimore needs to be better. This after a double shooting forced her to cancel a campaign event near Mondawmin Mall Monday. Now, in reality, both deadly and non-deadly shootings are down in the city. Under Mayor Scott's leadership, homicides are on pace to dip below 300 for the first time in 9 years. Let's take a look here, though. It's a milestone Scott's been pushing for the last 3 years. His first year in office, 2021, the city ended with 338 homicides. In 2022, 335. And present day, we're right now recording 239. Let's look at Dixon's term in office, though. She came into office in this first year, 2007. Before she was there, it was 282. By the end of her first term, 234. And by the end of 2009, when she left office, homicides continue to drop to 240.
As far as dealing with the crime issue and the fact that the crime numbers not only went down while she was mayor, but continued to go down with the policies she placed in after she had to resign, this could be a big win for the mayor and help him towards re-election, because psychologically people may say, well, gosh, now that the number is 270 and everyone's going to focus on that, maybe things are getting better.
Keep in mind here, there is a third candidate, teacher and nonprofit leader Wendy Bozell. She entered the race last week with plans of tackling youth violence. Political analyst John Dede says while she is the underdog, she represents two of what he perceives are the biggest issues in this race, crime and education. We'll, of course, keep you posted on this quickly approaching mayoral race right here on Fox 45. Patrice.
So here's our question of the day. Who do you trust to reduce crime and keep your family safe in Baltimore? Mayor Brandon Scott or Sheila Dixon? So far, 96% of people who voted say Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Auto theft continues to impact all corners of Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, a victim shares his frustration with criminals and city leaders on the city's stolen car crisis.
Brace yourself for the cold. What you can expect for your work week ahead. 7:38, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41. As you search for good deals on this Cyber Monday, we are bracing for big economic news.
Yeah, we want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the numbers that are dropping soon. Megan.
Yeah, guys, the big question, are people shopping right now? Here it is, Cyber Monday. At 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to get an idea of where consumers stand. We're looking for the consumer confidence report. In particular, with those numbers, we're looking to see if expectations may be improving for the coming year, because you see that dip right there. If you remember, last month's confidence report found consumer expectations fell to 75 points. And just for context, the Conference Board says any number under 80 has historically signaled a recession in the next year. Also this morning, we're going to get a new report on sales for new construction homes in the last month. With a lack of existing homes on the market, new construction jumped this summer to an all-time record share of overall home purchases. And we're going to be watching now to see if demand is still as strong as we head into what is usually the slower months of the year for home buyers over the holidays. Looking ahead, Thursday, big day. We're going to be focused on inflation. Of the two inflation reports that we get each month, Thursdays is the one that the Fed prefers. We know the Fed's next meeting on interest rates is coming up in 2 weeks. We're going to see what those numbers say and how it impacts the market as they open at 9:30. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center as those new numbers drop today. Patrice?
Legislation proposing to raise the minimum wage for Baltimore City restaurant workers and servers. Why the increase doesn't apply to tipped workers.
Well, recent burglary in Canton has many residents and city leaders criticizing police for their shockingly slow response. Coming up after the break, we speak with an attorney with your legal options that you can take if this happens to you. 7:43 is your time.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
7:46, and you expect to get immediate response when you call 911, especially if there are burglars in your house. But what can you do if police take an hour or they don't even show up at all? What is your recourse as a taxpayer? Joining us now to provide your legal options, founding partner at Gilman and Bedigian Trial Attorneys, Charles Gilman. Good morning, Charles.
Morning, Tom.
Hey, we pay our taxes so that our civic services are provided. Transportation, we're thinking education, but most importantly, also our safety. When you call and it's an hour plus, when you tell police, hey, there are people, there's strangers in my house, going through my house, I've got my kids holed up in a room, you expect at least a few minutes maybe before police arrive. But when we're talking an hour later after that 911 call, it's frustrating. What's our recourse?
Well, Tom, we gotta work on our elected officials because under the law, we don't really have any. There's no obligation under the law for the police to get to you in a certain amount of time in Maryland as the law stands right now. So we have to hit the legislator, and specifically in the city, or the mayor's office, the executive branch, to hire more officers to speed up the response time. There is no legal duty owed to you specifically that the police respond in a certain amount of time.
I think a lot of people assume that it is, but so you're saying like, okay, the Baltimore Police Department's triage, kind of the way they would triage these are the more important calls come in. Is there any other claims of negligence that have been awarded before, though, in the past for, say, negligence on the police department?
Yes, Tom, but that usually you put it best, triage. And the 911's doing their best to triage this and kind of direct calls to other places. But the specific duty would attach once the officer responds. Once the officer's on site, they owe you a duty to act reasonably. Okay. But the trick is you got to get them on site to have that duty.
All right. So then once it seems like this slow response is really just going to push people to take matters into their own hands here, which then could cause even more issues in the court system and also in the criminal system.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. People are going to start, arming themselves, that type of thing. And then you're right. You're going to end up with two defendants because you're going to have the person that broke into the house and the person that shot the burglar trying to protect his or her castle and standing their ground. It's just going to create a mess. You're absolutely right.
So the best thing we could do right now is not even bother calling and complaining to police, but really call our politicians.
Correct, because they're the ones that hold the keys to the bigger budgets, that type of thing that can get more officers hired. And, if there's more officers hired, then you have quicker response times. For example, right now, I think Baltimore City is offering any new officer an incentive package to join the police force. So those types of things should help.
All right, Charles Gilman, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, it is 7:49, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's talking about today may feel cold, but it's nothing compared to what we're going to feel tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow will definitely be a big old slap in the face to a lot of us because we'll be talking about that colder air that is going to be here, the coldest of the season and coldest since February. You got to go back that far to actually feel some of those temperatures and our feels like numbers as well. Right now, not too bad. Wind is calm as you look out 395. And look at the Charm City tank shot from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Overall, our wind advisory starts this afternoon for Garrett and Allegheny counties. Those areas along the ridgetops will see the strongest wind, and we could see more of those wind advisories into our area by the time we head toward tomorrow afternoon. That's because this cold front that has been moving from west to east is going to continue to cross the area. Notice that colder air, all of that blue in the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes region, dealing with those snow showers at this time. So here's the wind as we look ahead in our future scan. 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, some 20 to 25 mile an hour westerly and northwesterly wind. Then that's going to shift to be more westerly on Tuesday behind the cold front, with the strongest winds coming tomorrow afternoon. What that's going to do, the temperatures, the feels like temperatures, we've got to talk about wind chill numbers. And even though we're going to be in the upper 40s today and even a few lower 50s, it's going to feel more like the 30s through most of the afternoon today. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up with some teens in terms of your feels like temperatures. Even through tomorrow afternoon, our temps rise to the 30s and lower 40s, but it will feel more like teens and 20s. So it'll be a blustery, almost winter feeling like day on Tuesday. As for today, if you're hanging out there at Brewers Hill, next hour in the upper 30s on your day planner, and through about noon, we'll be in the mid to upper 40s. By this afternoon, most of us hang in the 40s, but some of us close to about 50 degrees. So it'll be a bit warmer officially than it was yesterday and for the weekend. It's just the wind that we have to to deal with throughout the day as well. Sun will be up until 4:45. Those daylight hours continue to shrink as we get closer to meteorological winter, which starts on Friday. Low to mid 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. Eastern Shore almost 50 in Chestertown and Stevensville. Right about 48 in Annapolis for your high today. Notice those numbers tomorrow and Wednesday, well below average. Finally, by Thursday and Friday, some moderation in those temperatures back to the mid to upper 50s, and really not tracking any rain or even any of that cloud cover. It's the wind we'll be talking about. Shout out to Julie K. That is Dolce, and yes, Dolce means sweet. That sweet little puppy right there, or that puffball. And they are also watching the cactus that is behind them, all lit up and ready for Christmas and for the holidays. So thank you, Julie, for sending that picture in. Keep sending me your pet pics, holiday pet pics, please. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, and we'll put them on TV. Yeah, blustery tomorrow for sure. 40s on Wednesday, but less wind. And then as we get into Thursday and Friday, those numbers definitely will climb back up in the mid to upper 50s, tracking some rain showers moving in by Friday.
Get ready to sweat off that Thanksgiving spread. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, a dynamic hit session that will have you burning off the extra holiday treats.
And the Shriners Festival of Trees, your opportunity to win a tree, I guess, to support a great cause, and also you get the gifts underneath the tree for $1. What? Tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
I know something else that you can get for just about $1 that goes really, really good with sweet potato pie for
You're supposed to be walking away from the pie, walking toward the coffee, though. It's time for a coffee break. Trending this morning, not many Gen Zers will be going home for the holidays this year.
A recent poll by Credit Karma found 32% ages 18 to 26 cannot afford traveling. and they have to pay their student loan simultaneously. The poll showed some of those respondents going home will be receiving help from their families to do so, while others are planning on taking credit card debt to travel during this season. It is the season, the holiday season, which means you will be hearing All I Want for Christmas is playing many, many times if you haven't already.
Get it right. All I Want for Christmas is You. So how much is Mariah Carey making for that festive tune? She knows how to sing it. She is making a lot of money. The Economist says that Carey is earning about $2.5 million annually from the Christmas hit royalties. The New York Post estimates that number is even higher, closer to $3 million.
Now, the song was released in 1994. His top music charts in 25 countries. Carey and her former co-producer are facing allegations for copyright infringement.
Man, since 1994, she's been making $2 to $3 million a year just off that song. That's pretty good. All right. Well, we are staying dry with cold temperatures today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your full Weather Authority forecast still ahead.
Countdown to Christmas continues this morning, looking live, from the top to the bottom of a tree. Still up for grabs, a spa kit, a yoga mat, a lot of lottery tickets I could see over there, and a Future Fans football kit. We'll tell you when you can call in and win, so stick around. .757, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, it is happening. We are looking live at our Fox 45 Christmas tree. You hear the music, you see the tree. We are feeling very festive here in studio, and we have plenty of goodies under that tree up for grabs for you in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
don't miss out. So you got to stay tuned. We've got prizes like a do-it-yourself spa kit or some on-the-go workout equipment, maybe. We're going to tell you in a call. You just need to stick around for your chance to win.
We have them like stacked up behind the tree this year, too. There's a lot of gifts.
I know. Justin was saying it doesn't seem like as many, and then he saw the ones behind. He was like,
Yes.
oh, there they
They're
are.
piled.
Good morning on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, starting to feel a little bit more like Christmas.
There's a really big one in the back. I'm wondering what that is. But yeah, I saw the lotto tree, and yeah, good stuff for sure. It definitely feels like December. We're not quite to December, but we're really close. These are the last few days of November as December arrives on Friday. Looking out over the Charm City Tanks and down over the Patapsco, 395, all looking good. The sun is out there right now, and statewide our temperatures in the 20s in western Maryland. Had a few flakes flowing overnight there. 40 in Cumberland right now, 39 Westminster and Baltimore City, 44 your temp currently in Annapolis. So our weather story, more sun today, definitely better than what we saw yesterday, and breezy conditions for the afternoon. However, we've got cold temps to kick off this brand new week. So out and about cast here, numbers climb a little today, mid to upper 40s through noontime. We'll get close to 50 for your high this afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about the wind and how that's going to impact your feels like temperatures as well.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening in the Lynn Stoller traffic network. A couple of incidents to report. We're hearing about a crash on 695, the outer loop in Pikesville. One vehicle involved. The right lane is blocked. That's the camera right there at the top of your screen. So that's going to be a slow go through that area. Give yourself some time. Another accident in Ellicott City, the right lane blocked, one vehicle involved. Also, that's there on the left side of your screen. Not seeming to cause too many problems at that. Third incident on the JFX northbound. One of the shoulders is closed because of a one vehicle accident. So just slow down. Give yourself some time as you're heading out the door this morning. 8:02 this morning, in a city in crisis, car crimes continue to impact all corners of Baltimore.
The latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station here.
Baltimore police say a woman was carjacked by two people who pulled a weapon on her along Clipper Mill Road in Hamden. She was able to fortunately get her child out of the car before police say the suspects drove off.
Car thefts, which have more than tripled compared to this time last year, are raising concerns from residents.
One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of the city's car crisis twice, with the latest theft being caught on camera.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Northern District Police Station with that man's frustration. Shannon.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Megan and Patrice, that man is fed up, not only with the criminals, but also with those in charge of fighting crime. Just several months ago, his 2019 Kia Soul was stolen, and yesterday morning, it happened again.
I woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
Take a look at these two photos showing two suspects casing out the car. The owner you just heard there, John Floyd, installed the camera a few months ago after his car was stolen the first time. Now, the total repair cost that time around was $8,088. And if that bill wasn't high enough, well, he says he got a speed camera ticket in the mail.
I'm the victim, but I'm being treated like the villain. I mean, these guys go around stealing these cars each and every day, tearing people's cars up, and we got to dig in our pockets. We need to get on top of the crime rate as far as stealing cars. The mayor, the police, commissioner, or whoever is on top of crime and things in this city, they need to do something.
Now, Floyd even says that he had a wheel lock on his Kia, but somehow the thieves were still able to steal it. And he is not alone in his frustrations. We know, according to Baltimore police data, so far this year, there have already been 9,720 cars stolen in the city. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Several carjackings, car thefts, and attempted thefts have turned violent across the city this year. Last weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who attempted to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding the teen down until police arrived and arrested the teen.
And then earlier this month, a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old were arrested for beating up a woman and trying to steal her car. This happened in Butchers Hill. They were released just 2 hours after their arrest. And this past summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps away from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breaths laying in my lap. You know, covered in blood.
You know, you should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up. And
well, Baltimore police say juveniles make up 38% of the cars stolen this year, but only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and just 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility. This month, Mayor Scott released an action plan to address the spike in car thefts. The initiatives include multiple steering wheel lock distribution events that you see there, system upgrade clinics to improve security in Kia and Hyundais, distributing GPS trackers for city residents to put in their cars, and also expanding the city's network of license plate readers.
In Annapolis, state Republicans are touting a 5-part proposal to address crime, including the Juvenile Justice Restoration Act. It would force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same nonviolent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan doesn't address problems that we've seen with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Fox 45 News pressed Governor Moore last week, and he said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime. It's just not clear when the specifics will be released. State lawmakers will hold another juvenile crime hearing in December.
Breaking news out of Israel. We have brand new video showing a 3rd round of Hamas hostages being released.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we're seeing this morning. Tom.
Yeah, we are showing some video here from Hamas, and you can see some of the prisoners being evacuated out of that area. 17 more hostages now free, arriving at a children's medical center in Israel overnight. More pictures recently posted from Israeli Defense Force of women, children, and elderly foreign nationals being released over the last few days after roughly 50 days in Hamas captivity. The youngest, Abigail Eden. She's seen here, the 4-year-old girl and dual Israeli-American citizen. Her parents were both killed in the Hamas attack that started this war October 7th. That's when Hamas killed 1,400 Israelis and took hundreds of hostages. President Biden now speaking out on the release.
She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Well, most of the hostages were handed directly over to Israel to a cheering crowd as they arrived at an Air Force base, while others left through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. In exchange, Israel releasing 39 Palestinian prisoners, largely accused of public disorder, property damage, and in some cases throwing stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli officers. Taking you now to Gaza, where today marks the 4th day of ceasefire, allowing for hundreds of trucks, humanitarian aid. You can see the video of these trucks coming through. We were showing you that earlier. I want to take you back right now. This is actually the West Bank where they were releasing some of the Hamas, and you can also see some of those trucks that are there. This is a live look as they're trying to get in and cross that border. You can see them lined up, the tarps underneath them right in the center there, and then they back all the way around to the back side of that. So still we're seeing some trucks that are filled with critical supplies, food, water, baby formula, and blankets. Now to Washington, where, let me see if I can get that Washington shot up here too, where we are also finding out that well, it doesn't look like we have that shot in Washington today, but where the Senate Majority Leader, there we go, from the White House, Chuck Schumer, just announcing his plans to bring a national security package that would tie together Israel and Ukrainian funding as soon as this week. Of course, we'll keep you posted right here from our live center as this news breaks. Megan.
Tom, thank you. Looking to wrap up your holiday shopping early? Well, later on, we are revealing our second gift of the day in our countdown to Christmas. Be the lucky 10th caller, and you could see what you're bringing home here.
Our temperatures are chilly, but the sun is out. That's a nice change from yesterday. We'll talk about how the wind is going to play into your feels like temperatures coming up. Welcome back. 8:13 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Really pretty shot here. We'll show you what's going on with our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. Few clouds hanging around, but the sun is shining brightly. Just need those temperatures to warm up. It's going to take until later this week for us to really feel some more moderating temperatures. 30s and 40s area wide right now. So as you head out the door, grab the jacket, have the sunglasses ready to go, but no need for the umbrella as that rain is done for now. We'll take another look at your full forecast, including when our next chance for rain rolls in.
As we head into the dreaded cold and flu season after the break, what health experts say you should do to best protect yourself and your family.
And an increase to Maryland's minimum wage is coming soon, but not everyone will see that. The group left behind. It's 8:14 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Legislation is now being drafted to institute a $15 per hour minimum wage for Baltimore City restaurant workers and servers. Right now, employers only pay a fraction of that, with the understanding that the pay plus tips must equal at least the state minimum wage rate. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on all of this, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. David, good morning. You know, with the state raising its minimum wage, why doesn't this apply to those tipped workers?
Good morning, Megan. And this is pretty typical with minimum wage in cities and states, is that tipped workers make a lot less than the minimum wage because they get tips. And there's been studies that show that about 90% of them actually make a lot more than the minimum wage when you factor in the tips. Now, looking at what the state is doing, I'm really concerned about what the state is doing, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, because employers will do one of two things. They will raise costs, because that's what happens, is they're going to raise prices on all the things that they have because it costs more to hire people, or they're going to hire fewer people, or they're going to let some people go. And some of these positions are the entry-level positions, right? They're not going to bring new people into their businesses. And this is even worse for restaurants, because you're going to have these prices increase, and you want people to go out, you want people to dine, and they're going to see an automatic increase in the cost of going out. And Prince George's County has this idea. What they're going to do is add a service charge. So they're going to raise the minimum wage and then put a 20% service charge. So you'll see that. So imagine going out and you see this new 20% service charge, you're probably not going to tip as much.
And that's what I was going to ask you. What is that service charge? And is there anything we can do to try and protect those tipped workers?
Well, is not pass this new minimum wage for Baltimore City. And, you know, this is interesting because a lot of times you hear the shop owners talk about the minimum wage. Well, the workers, the servers don't want this. We've seen this in Washington, D.C. and across the country, where they have picketed the city council and said, listen, don't raise the minimum wage for us workers, because we know it's going to hurt our tips. And it's happening in Washington, D.C. is that fewer people are going out. The tips are less because the minimum wage was raised to $8 an hour. And, you know, again, this is about workers, and workers don't want this. I will guarantee you that in the coming weeks, if this really gains traction in the city, you're going to see a lot of the workers talk to city council members and urge them not to do this.
Very interesting. I think that's, you know, a surprise. People wouldn't have expected that, but it makes sense. David, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, it's 8:19, and we want to get another check of the forecast. I'm afraid about these freezing cold temperatures, especially tomorrow, Justin, because tomorrow is when I do my polar plunge. I do the dunk tank for the Carroll County Boys and Girls Club.
And isn't that when it gets cold tomorrow?
Tomorrow, and
what
it's
time?
outside.
In the evening?
3 to 5.
Okay, at least the sun's out, right, Justin?
Tomorrow will be the coldest day of the year since February. So yeah, good job. Enjoy that. And then the wind is going to make it feel even colder than that. So yes, get ready for all of that. Beautiful shot right now. Our Towson camera. We got the clouds have moved on. The clouds have moved on, and we do have that sun that is out there right now. However, the sun not doing much to warm us up. Only 39 in Towson. Already seen a little westerly wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. That wind is going to increase as we get into the next couple of hours. We already have wind advisories posted for Garrett and Allegheny counties through the afternoon into early tomorrow morning. Could see some more wind advisories here in central Maryland as well. This is as the cold front passes through the area, so that's what's going to pick up our wind. And you can see that on our future scan wind gusts here through about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. A westerly and northwesterly wind. Even stronger wind is going to be with us here tomorrow. And that's going to be more of a westerly wind in that 20 to 25 to 30 mile an hour range throughout your Tuesday. So today, at least a 1, if not a 2 club win. Golfers, and possibly tomorrow a 3 club win. We're talking about upper 40s here through noon and barely getting to about 50 degrees for your high today. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly in the 40s, a few lower 50s here and there. Howard and Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 40s for your Monday afternoon. And looking ahead to tomorrow, we're going to wake up below freezing for a lot of us. We only get to 41. That's an optimistic number. Most of us will be in the 30s on Tuesday. Then we get to the mid 40s Wednesday, and finally some warmer temperatures as we head toward the end of the week.
All right, well, let's see what's happening on the roads at this hour to our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now. And there are A few incidents to report. We've got a crash on 695, the outer loop in Pikesville. One vehicle is involved. The right lane is blocked, so there's a bit of a slowdown there. Another crash, 695, the inner loop near Security Boulevard. One of the shoulders is closed there. You see that's the top left corner. That's a slow go in that direction as well. And then the third accident, 695 near Charles Street. Two accidents involved there. Then we've got another one on the JFX northbound. One of the shoulders is closed. One vehicle involved. Cameras just in all of these showing backup throughout the Baltimore region. So everyone's getting back to work this morning. Give yourself plenty of extra time before you head out. In the U.S., with the cold and flu season in full swing, doctors are giving advice on ways to keep illnesses from spreading through your household. They say try to separate family members who are sick from the rest of the family and wear high-grade face masks if you have to go around them. Medical experts warn the flu has a 25% attack rate, meaning for everyone who gets it, a quarter who are in close contact with them will also come down with it. Doctors say be sure to keep homes well ventilated and avoid sharing food and drinks with infected people. Frequent hand washing is your first line of defense.
After your Thanksgiving feast, put that extra fuel to the test with a holiday-themed workout that has enough fixings for the whole family.
And the Shriners Festival of Trees has beautiful trees for a great cause. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Look to the Fez hats this year for all your holiday happenings.
Mark Clark is live at the Boomy Shriners Temple with their Festival of Trees. How's it going, Mark?
It's amazing. I'm hanging out with the guys, a powerful group of men here. The potentate here, Bob Creech, is in the house. And again, Bob, this is an amazing event for a great cause.
Yes, it is. Trying to raise money here to help our shrine so we can spend more time and effort
working to raise money for Shrine Kids.
I love it. Again, so people can come. I love the fact that it doesn't cost you $1 billion to come and actually win a tree. It's $5 to come in.
$5 to get in and $1 per ticket for the chances on each of the trees.
And again, you know, the work that the Shriners hospitals have done across the world is amazing and a great cause, and also perfect timing. I mean, it started yesterday, and so you have all week long to come.
All week this week, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Saturday starts at 10. We'll be here all day.
And see, perfect time, guys. I know a lot of us don't have our trees yet, but why not support a great cause? And with the tree, you get the tree, if you win it, the tree and the gifts under the tree.
Correct.
Whoa.
So come see Bob and the guys and the fellas. I mean, it's a great cause, and obviously the trees are amazing. And again, hey, it's officially Christmas time.
Saturday breakfast with Santa.
Oh my gosh, they've got it all. We're going to put more information, Mark, on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It's feeling like Christmas time. Sunny and breezy with highs in the 40s today. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at the rest of the week and how cold it will get.
Crime in the 2024 mayoral race. Take a look at the state of the city and who could be behind the reduction in homicides we're seeing this year. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Cue the music, look at the tree, it's continuing. Our Fox 45 Christmas tree here. We're feeling festive, and we have so many presents up for grabs as our countdown to Christmas continues this year.
And make sure you don't miss out on the prizes like do-it-yourself spa kit or on-the-go workout equipment. We'll tell you when to call, so make sure you stay with us, and we will give you that number to call.
There's that big one back there. All right, welcome to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, November 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and really one should be a parka or mittens and gloves because it is going to get cold, a lot colder tomorrow than today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the numbers.
Have you gone over there and
shook some boxes?
Shook all the boxes?
3 of them.
Okay.
One made a loud
I moved the one in the back, the big one. I was like, I'm just moving it, reshaping it.
Is it heavy?
Don't break the
It's got a
stuff
little
for
bit.
the people at home. We got to give them away, the free stuff.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, all right. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, Tom's exactly right. It is chilly out there, bless you, and it will be cold tomorrow. The sun is now up, definitely better than how we ended up yesterday with all of those clouds, that drizzle that was hanging around. 38 in Woodlawn, 39 Baltimore City, Brooklyn Park, you're at 38. Same number in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and right about 36 in Cockeysville. So numbers will climb to the low to mid 40s, even upper 40s through noontime, and we'll get close to 50 for some of us for today. That's the number we're going for officially at BWI, but it's going to be breezy to windy today and tomorrow. 41 tomorrow and 44 on Wednesday. So those numbers actually coming down as we head into the next few days. We'll talk about how long these cold numbers stick around coming up.
8:32, and now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Couple of incidents that we need to report. You can see the red highlighted right here. JFX, they're northbound. There was a accident earlier that was causing some delays, and that's causing some slowdowns. Really, the slowdown now is just the volumes. They cleared that up, but the major issue is the one that is now 3 vehicles involved, southbound, right at exit on 95, exit right near O'Donnell Street, and that is causing some major backups. It's right past that curve that you get to. The cameras in the area are not showing exactly what's going on there, but 3 vehicles involved, and that is over to the right, and that's causing a major slowdown. 95 south, the right-hand side, you see that. Developing this morning, an investigation is underway into one of the latest shootings that happened in Baltimore.
Just before 8 p.m. last night, officers responded to a shot spotter alert along North Dukeland Street. An individual then led them to Winchester Street, where a male victim was found lying in the road, suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. The victim was taken to an area hospital.
This morning, we have live team coverage on how crime in Baltimore could impact the upcoming mayoral race.
We begin with Shannon Lilly, looking at the state of the city in terms of crime and who's behind the improvement. Shannon.
Yeah, so when it comes to the drop in homicides that we're seeing so far this year, Megan and Tom, many are attributing that improvement to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron. Both have taken a tougher on crime approach, and since that partnership began, we have seen crime fall. Homicides are down 20% and non-fatal shootings are down 9%. But we know that Mayor Scott is addressing that claim that they're the ones behind the improvement. Take a listen to what he had to say to that.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
So while the mayor is touting his own administration, peace spokesperson Giovanni Patterson joined us on Fox 45 News this weekend, saying city leaders should celebrate collaboration rather than taking credit.
We see in Baltimore is really this kiss the ring mentality where, certain people have to get credit for certain things when it, could be a team effort, or there could be certain other aspects, avenues that reduce the crime versus the actual crime plan.
Now, he mentioned the crime plan there. We know that Mayor Scott's 5-year crime plan focuses more on a holistic approach to reducing violence in our city.
Shannon, what is mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon saying about the current state of the city?
So she is reiterating, Tom, some of the things that we heard from Councilman Eric Costello just earlier this month, that she has never seen so much dysfunction within City Hall. But we know that the mayor is defending himself from those claims. So let's take a listen to those 2 different perspectives.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership. And it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you, I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Leadership that's failing the city is almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Now, so far, early polls show us that the 2024 mayoral race will likely come down to Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Continuing our coverage on the mayoral race, Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio with a deeper dive into crime numbers in the city. Taylor.
That's right. It's becoming a central focus in this approaching mayoral race, and it quite literally is impacting the candidates themselves. Just last week, former Mayor Sheila Dixon tweeting this, saying Baltimore needs to be better. This after a double shooting forced her to cancel a campaign event near Mondawmin Mall Monday. But in reality, both deadly and non-deadly shootings are down in Baltimore. Under Mayor Scott's leadership, homicides are on pace to dip below 300 for the first time in 9 years. But let's take a look at where this stands here as we look back over his term as well as former Mayor Sheila Dixon's term. First year in office, 338 homicides, missing that goal of dipping below 300 in his first year, but 335 the second year, and present date 239. Now, at the end of Dixon's first term, we saw in this place 282 back in 2007, 234 in 2008, 240 in 2009.
As far as dealing with the crime issue and the fact that the crime numbers not only went down while she was mayor, but continued to go down with the policies she placed in after she had to resign. This could be a big win for the mayor and help him towards re-election, because psychologically people may say, well, gosh, now that the number is 270 and everyone's going to focus on that, maybe things are getting better.
Now, 8 people have officially filed as mayoral candidates, and voters will narrow down this race on May 14th. That is the day of the primary election. We'll, of course, keep you posted right here. Tom.
Thank you. And we need to go to finding out Cyber Monday. Are you shopping right now? The state of the U.S. economy and how consumer habits are affecting it.
And breezy but sunny on this Monday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking some much cooler temperatures in the coming days here. 8:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Morning. As you search for some good deals on this Cyber Monday, we are bracing for some big economic news. The big question is, are people shopping right now or not? We know at 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to get some new updates, an update on consumer confidence. And in particular, we're going to be looking to see expectations here. If this is going to be improving, going up a little bit here for the upcoming year. If you remember, last month's confidence report found consumer expectations fell to 75 points. And putting that in context, the Conference Board says any number under 80 has historically signaled a recession in the next year, hoping those numbers rebound. Also this morning, expecting a new report on sales for new construction homes in the last month. With a lack of existing homes on the market, new construction jumped this summer to an all-time record share of overall home purchases. We're going to be watching to see if demand is still strong as we head into what is usually the slower months of the year for home buyers in the holidays, of course. And looking ahead on Thursday, that's a big one. We are going to be focused on inflation. Of the two inflation reports that we get each month, Thursdays is the big one. That is the one that the Fed prefers. We know the Fed's next meeting on interest rates is coming up in 2 weeks. That impacts all of us. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these numbers drop and see how it impacts the market at 9:30. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Sticking with consumer news, staying warm during the winter can often come with higher bills. The National Energy Assistance Directors Association expects record-level heating costs this year. A report shows the average household should expect to pay between $787 to more than $2,000 in home heating expenses from October through March. Experts have some tips to keep you warm without overheating your budget. One, get your heating unit inspected before winter starts. Second, it's suggested to lock your thermostat at 68 degrees, but around 70 is okay if it really gets cold. Turn heat down when you're not there and get a smart thermostat. Uses Wi-Fi and apps to help you schedule your heat.
For the second year in a row, one local jewelry store is featured on Oprah's Favorite Things list. Hear from the founder on what it means to be chosen and where you can find the award-winning products.
And as we celebrate our countdown to Christmas, we're getting closer to our second giveaway. Stay tuned and you could be the 10th caller to take home the next prize or gift. 8:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:46, and you don't want to miss this. A local jewelry store has appeared on Oprah's favorite things list now for a second year in a row, and they're here to show you why. Joining us this morning, founder of Sterling Forever, Mike Cook, with some great ideas. And Mike, first of all, Calvert Hall, Towson grad, congratulations.
Thank you.
Local guy here. Now you've got a couple different homes because of your business. It's growing business, and there's a reason why. Oprah, you caught Oprah's eye, and you were on her list this year. Tell us about what made Oprah's list.
Yeah, definitely. So this year, Oprah's team, we submitted product, and they came to us and said, we love your jewelry travel case as shown here. Can we curate the jewelry travel case with 5 pairs of hoops? And you don't really tell Oprah no, right? Right. So Oprah curated these 5 pair of gold hoops. We're also offering them in silver, as you see here.
Nice.
So it's offered in silver or gold, and they come in a jewelry travel case. Oprah handpicked the color purple because of the re-release.
And she also mentioned she liked the size of it too. It's perfect for throwing in a bag and carrying, and it covers everything.
Exactly. All of our jewelry is sterling silver or brass plated. It's all plated with a 0.25 micron plating. It's very thick.
What does that mean?
It means the jewelry is made to last forever, basically.
Okay. You've got a lot of celebrities wearing your jewelry too.
We have quite a few celebrities.
Do you
wearing
geek
our
out
jewelry.
when you start seeing red carpet? You're like, that's mine. That's mine.
It's a weird feeling. It's definitely a weird feeling. Kelly Clarkson loves our hoops. She's seen on our talk show very often. Okay. We have a collab coming up now with a very popular artist. Here, she's one of the most popular artists. I can't say her name. We have something very special happening.
Not allowed to drop that name? Okay. This is last year's, though, Oprah's list right here. Now, you have some of these still available, left over from last year. What does it mean when all of a sudden you get that call and they say, Oprah likes one of your products and is going to work with you? What does that do to your business?
Yeah, it's a weird feeling. We've had incremental year-over-year growth because of that.
Yeah.
It really helped open some doors that were ajar for us. Yeah. Oprah came to us last year, her team, and said, this Advent calendar, we like it, we don't love what's in it. Can we curate it? Again, Oprah handpicked all of the hoops that you see here in this Advent calendar. Once again, available in silver and gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Cook, Sterling Forever. What about today, Cyber Monday? I mean, it's a big business, big company for you now. You don't really have to go into a brick and mortar store. You can go online.
Exactly, yeah. So we have over 2,000 products on sterlingforever.com. And today we have a site-wide sale. It's 35% off site-wide. There's no code needed at checkout. It's an automatic discount.
Yeah, and not bad at all. The prices are amazing. For the looks of what you're getting, prices are pretty good. So you may want to find something for that special somebody. Go there today, you get a discount, so not bad at all. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, Mike Cook here, local guy, Calvert Hall guy going, hey, I can make shopping easy for you this year, Justin.
I love that. We love the local spin on it, especially on Cyber Monday. We had Small Business Saturday over the weekend. Tomorrow, Giving Tuesday. So we're getting into the holiday spirit here for sure. And feeling like the holidays. Let me tell you, if you head out to the White Marsh skating rink or the Inner Harbor skating rink, yeah, you're going to feel winter-like for sure. Our weather headlines, we got a lot of sun that is out there right now. We're in the upper 30s, and we'll get only to about 50 today. It's actually going to be warmer today temperature-wise, but with the breezy afternoon ahead, going to feel cooler than that. And then those cold temperatures are going to hang with us, at least for the beginning of this week. We already have some wind advisories posted for Garrett and Allegheny County. They actually start later this afternoon, but we'll go until early tomorrow morning. A few light snow showers being picked up there just to the west of Pittsburgh and up into the Great Lakes region. So they're getting some lake effect snow right here coming off Lake Erie into parts of western New York and Pennsylvania at this time. So overall, our temperatures are going to feel cooler because of the wind. This is the future scan wind gusts here as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. A north and northwesterly wind, mainly westerly wind for tomorrow. So even stronger wind behind the cold front on Tuesday. And what that's going to do for our feels like temperatures, let me show you. These are the feels like or wind chill numbers for today. Even though we'll be in the 40s, it's going to feel like the 30s for this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, a lot of us are going to wake up with feels like temperatures in the teens. And then as we get into tomorrow afternoon, even though our highs will be in the 30s and 40s, it'll feel more like teens and 20s. So definitely a blustery and cold winter-like day, even though we're in the last couple of days of meteorological autumn. Mid to upper 40s and lower 50s for the eastern shore across the Chesapeake Bay, right about 50 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Upper 40s in Philly, 47 in D.C., 51 down the ocean, and looking at 39 in Cumberland. So pilots today, VFR, but breezy. So watch for the breezy to windy conditions. That crosswind is is going to be coming for you today through the afternoon and tomorrow as well. Future scan is showing us with dry conditions. We do have a weak system that's going to come through tomorrow morning into the afternoon. That may bring a few flakes flying in some of our western mountains, and some of the models want to bring a couple of flakes in our northern counties, but not really buying into that right now. Julie K sent me this picture of Dolce. That is a cute little powder puff dog, and thank you very much for your holiday pet pick. Note the holiday cactus behind Dolce right there. So love to get your holiday pet picks too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here's that 7-day forecast. We're waking up below freezing tomorrow, and we'll barely get to 41 tomorrow afternoon. Mid-40s, less wind on Wednesday, and then temperatures moderate nicely back to the mid to upper 50s in the above average category as we head into the first weekend of December.
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there's two issues that we need to report on here. One of them, we're showing you some of the cameras, and this is actually looking better. 95 southbound right at O'Donnell Street. Right lane was blocked. There's 3 vehicles involved. Looks like they've moved them over. And you can see that the vehicles, now cars are starting to move. So great news there. The other main issue that's been going on for about 5 hours now is Maryland 100 westbound right near Quarterfield Road. There was 1 vehicle involved, and that is still causing some major backups on 100 westbound, right when you're in, basically right when you're in Benfield Boulevard right there in Glen Burnie. So south of Glen Burnie, 100 westbound is still backed up, and that has been going on since about 5:30 this morning.
It is time to open up our second gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. So here we go. We're going to open it, and then
You're itching to open it.
and then you gotta win.
You know what? Yeah. So this is what we do this year. We open the gift, we let you see it, then we put the phone number up on the screen when you realize what it is, and then you get to call in and see if you want that prize. Because in years past, you may have gotten a lucky gift to give away, and it didn't work with you. So here you go. All right, it's a white box.
a little cue, if you can read right there. Should I just open it up?
Yes, go for it. And today we have a perfect occasion earring case.
This should look familiar. Oh my goodness.
Wait, this small earring case is perfect for travel and comes with 5 pairs of earrings inside, and it's worth about $116 today, Cyber, from Sterling Forever. Mike Cook, is he still here?
It's
He just left.
earrings.
It is the Oprah ones, the ones that we were just showing. No way.
With the earrings in there. Oh, those are
the
gorgeous.
hoops and everything, yeah.
Here we go. All the
$116 value.
That.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
So now it is the time right now. Give us a call. The number is on your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now gets to take home the carrier and all of the earrings inside. Oprah's pick.
And we were just speaking with the founder of Sterling and Mike Cook here, a Calvert Hall guy and a Towson. So that's incredible. Yeah, not bad at all.
Those are really cute.
You know what goes really well with those Oprah travel cases?
That?
You know, if you're traveling, you need a traveling cup.
That would be nice. Let's go ahead and take a coffee break and look at this one.
You have to give it away. You can't keep them.
I want to keep it. We are taking a look at your morning business report, and millions of Americans are still heading back home from their Thanksgiving celebrations. TSA officials say they expect the Thanksgiving travel rush won't end until tomorrow. But don't worry too much, because the agency says Sunday was likely the busiest travel day, with an estimated 3 million people on the move. The TSA also added that this year has already experienced 7 of the top 10 busiest travel days in its history. While many Americans are returning home from Thanksgiving, many people in Gen Z may have never left. A recent poll by Credit Karma found that 32% of people ages 18 to 26 just can't afford traveling and their student loan payments simultaneously. The survey showed that after student loans resumed on October 30th, 1 in 4 borrowers say their payments are making holidays unaffordable. The poll showed that some of the respondents going home will be receiving help from their families to do so, while others are planning on taking on credit card debt to travel during the season. On Small Business Saturday, President Biden unveiled new plans to support local businesses. The new $50 million investment uses American Rescue Plan funds to aid 10,000 small businesses across 20 states. In addition, the administration will work to strengthen rural and agricultural businesses by providing training and new ways to export products. This comes in a year where over $50 billion worth of small business loans were issued, and a record 14.6 million Americans filed applications to start new businesses. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You know, it seems like everyone is trying to travel more these days, and the right luggage can make it so much smoother since everyone's luggage looks the same. My luggage, oh, it got taken by someone else at the airport. Well, with Mirage, I will not have to worry about that anymore because these bags are so unique looking. These bags are quality with a built-in lock, so you can always feel secure. They're also nesting, so they're super easy to store, even if you have like a small space. You can choose a pattern to stand out like these, and if you like more simple colors, they have that too. And you don't need to worry about not being able to bring everything you need. Mirage is spacious and it's durable, really strong zipper right here. If your bag is full, which mine always is, don't worry about it. I also love that it's on 4 wheels. Look at this. You can roll it around. You don't have to worry about dragging that 2-wheel bag through the airport. And now it's so easy to navigate. I just love this. And it's great for anyone in your life. Everybody needs quality luggage. And right now we're offering 53% off on Mirage luggage. This full 3-piece set right here, less than $190. So I want you to head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. You don't want to miss out.
A North Baltimore man has his car stolen not once, but twice. And this time it was all caught on camera. A look at that surveillance footage just ahead.
Taking you live to Palestine right here, where there's an update on the release of hostages from Hamas. More on those who were released and the efforts to extend the ceasefire. That's ahead.
Our temperatures are chilly, and we are talking about the wind that's going to pick up today and tomorrow as well. We'll break it all down for you. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, the holiday music. You know what that means. Fox 45 is spreading holiday cheer. In just the last 15 minutes, Rona from Baltimore claimed our second prize as we kick off this year's countdown to Christmas. She won a perfect occasion earring case worth $116. That was the Oprah.
Yep. The occasion.
The Oprah pick, yes. We're going to have much more to give away tomorrow morning, so keep watching for your cue to call and win some really, really great prizes. Well, good morning to you on this Monday, November 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We're going to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's keeping an eye on our forecast here today.
I kind of want to quit like in the month of December so I can play and try to like win some of that stuff. You know, I don't think I'm eligible right now. There's a great thing I saw from the Guinness Open Gate Brewery that I want. But either way, good morning to all you. Of course, you can win it. And our Towson cam right now, a lot of sun that's out there compared to what we saw yesterday with all that drizzle and all of those low clouds hanging around. It is definitely a lot nicer. However, still on the chilly side, even though our temperatures have actually jumped up to 47 in Baltimore City, we're still hanging on to some 30s and 40s for Columbia and Laurel, over to Cockeysville at 40, 42 in Bel Air, 48 in Annapolis at this time. So more sunshine today, a breezy afternoon ahead, and then cold temps this week, especially tomorrow. That's what we have to look at. So you can see for today, our temps in the upper 40s, and actually will slide into the lower 50s here later this afternoon. But that wind out of the west-northwest, 15 to 25, it's going to feel colder than that. More on your full forecast. We'll do that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
This morning, in a city in crisis, car crimes continue to impact all corners. Baltimore.
The latest incident happening just a few blocks from our station. Baltimore police say a woman was carjacked by two people who pulled a weapon on her along Clipper Mill Road in Hamden. She was able to get a child out of the car before police say the suspects drove off.
Car thefts, which have more than tripled compared to this time last year, are raising concerns from residents. One North Baltimore man says he's been a victim of the city's stolen car crisis twice, with the latest theft caught on camera. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Northern District Police Station with that man's frustration. Shannon.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Megan, this man is not only fed up with the criminals, but also those responsible for fighting crime. His 2019 Kia Soul was stolen just several months ago, and then yesterday morning, it happened again.
I woke up to my vehicle, 2019 Kia Soul, being stolen.
Take a look at these photos showing two suspects casing out the car. Now, the owner that you just heard there, John Floyd, installed the camera a few months ago after his car was stolen the first time. The total repair cost that time around $8,088. And if that bill wasn't high enough, he says he got a speed camera ticket in the mail.
I'm the victim, but I'm being treated like the villain. I mean, these guys go around stealing these cars each and every day, tearing people's cars up, and we got to dig in our pockets. We need to get on top of the crime rate as far as stealing cars. The mayor, the police, commissioner, or whoever is on top of crime and things in this city, they need to do something.
Floyd even says that he had a wheel lock on his Kia, but somehow the thieves were still able to steal it. And he is not alone in his frustrations. We know so far this year, according to Baltimore police data, 9,720 cars have been stolen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, nearly 40 vacant properties in Baltimore are now available to be bid on in several online auctions. The Housing Authority will hold 3 auction events through December 4th. The properties are in several communities, including Johns Hopkins, Gwynns Falls Park, and other neighborhoods in East and West Baltimore. There are nearly 14,000 vacant properties in Baltimore. 92% of them are privately owned. Last month, Fox 45 News spoke with one real estate investor who has been trying to turn vacant properties into livable housing. He says he is considering leaving the city, though, because he's afraid that his investment properties will be impacted by crime or potentially set on fire. He had advice for anyone looking to buy a vacant home.
Invest a lot of money in security first in order to start your work inside the houses. Trust me, they're gonna break in. Every time we go in, we're trying to make the house look beautiful, and we're trying to do the rehabs. You know, again, somebody would come in, vandalize it, break it in.
If you are interested in bidding on a vacant property, you can find more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Breaking news out of Israel. We have brand new video this morning showing a third round of Hamas hostages being released.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we are seeing this morning. Tom?
Right now, I want to take you to the Rafah crossing right here. You see thousands of trucks lined up back there. They're kind of circling their way and making it across the border, coming into Palestine, into the Gaza Strip. You're seeing more than 17 hostages, though, being freed, too, arriving at a children's medical center in Israel overnight. More pictures recently posted from Israel Defense Force. Women, children, and elderly foreign nationals also being released. And you can make them out right here as they are waiting for, a lot of different people are waiting for the cheers. This is roughly 50 days in Hamas captivity when they were released. The youngest, Abigail Eden, a 4-year-old girl, dual Israeli-American citizen. Her parents were killed among the 1,400 Israelis in the Hamas attack that started the war October 7th, when President Biden now speaking out on that release.
She spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
The hostages were handed directly over to Israel to a cheering crowd, as you see there, as they were arriving at the Air Force Base, while others left through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. In exchange, Israel releasing 39 Palestinian prisoners, largely accused of public disorder, property damage, and in some cases throwing stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli officers. Taking you live now to the White House here, where today there marks the 4th day of a ceasefire from the U.S. We actually helped aid this, that allowed for the hundreds of trucks of humanitarian aid to arrive in Gaza. And in fact, I want to take you back there. Let's take you back and see there. Yeah, there's a different shot right here. You can see people waiting right over that border. You can see the borders to your right, and they're crossing in there. So that's a big allotment of trucks and resources coming back into Gaza there. So much needed, especially critical supplies of food, water, baby formula, blankets, just to name a few things there. Of course, back in Washington here at the White House, what we have is where President Joe Biden had helped make that deal happen. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just announcing his plans to bring a national security package that would tie together Israel and Ukraine funding as soon as this week. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. As we await word of a 4th round of hostages, there's concerns over delays in today's release.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what is going on?
Well, Megan and Patrice, there are some concerns with who exactly is on today's list. Israel received the 11 names of those Hamas says they'll release today, and there are reportedly no mothers on the list, so that seems to be one of the holdups here. But Hamas also says they have issues with the prisoners on the list to be released by Israel today. Qatari mediators are attempting to resolve those issues, and as we just saw video of, the 3rd rounds of Hamas hostages arrived at the Children's Medical Center in Israel overnight. There were 17 in that group. The youngest, the 4-year-old American girl, Abigail Eden. She was the first American hostage to be released of those taken on October 7th. Abigail's parents were killed right in front of her by the terrorists that day. President Biden says what she endured was unthinkable. So far, no updates on the rest of the Americans being held.
Kayla, this is day 4 of the ceasefire. Any word on an extension as we try to hope for more hostages being released?
So Israeli officials say they're prepared to grant another day's pause in fighting for every 10 additional hostages Hamas releases beyond the 50 hostages Hamas originally agreed to. The process would continue for a maximum of 5 additional days. Another sign Israel is open to furthering the pause comes from a video released by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In that video, Netanyahu saying they do have an outline for extending the truce, so at least a framework exists. Palestinian officials say both sides have shown positive attitudes towards extending the ceasefire. No official agreement has been reached yet. And again, Megan and Patrice, we still have to get through today and this 4th round of hostages.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you. Coming up, today is Cyber Monday and holiday shopping is underway. A look at the shopping spree and a surprising record that may be broken.
And it's a good thing you are shopping online today because it's a cold one. You want to stay inside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when we could expect a warm up. 9/11 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Taking you now to the war in Ukraine, where Ukrainian officials say Russia launched its most intense drone attack since the invasion began. In total, 75 Iranian-made drones targeted the capital city of Kyiv. At least 5 civilians were wounded in the 6-hour-long assault, which damaged several buildings, including a kindergarten. The attack comes one day after Russian forces accused Ukrainians of launching a massive drone strike on the Russian-annexed Crimean Peninsula.
According to a report from Reuters, North Korea says it will continue to launch satellites. This comes after the country says it successfully launched a satellite on Tuesday. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un called the satellite launch an exercise of the right to self-defense. South Korea suspended part of a 2018 military accord with the North in response to the satellite launch. A Chinese court is taking on the cases of families of loved ones aboard the missing Malaysian Airlines Flight 370.
That was back in 2014, and when that happened, 239 people were on board Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, headed from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, when it went off path and it disappeared over the Indian Ocean. 9 years later, there are still no answers in the case, and families are frustrated. About 40 Chinese families are now taking the airline, its insurer, Boeing, and the plane engine manufacturer to court.
In India, rescue crews have hit another obstacle as they race to reach 41 construction workers trapped in a collapsed tunnel. The operation ground to a halt late Friday after the drilling machine broke down just 40 feet shy of reaching those workers. Officials say it must now be removed from the cave and replaced before digging can continue. The workers have been trapped since November 12th. They initially relied on a single 4-inch pipe for food and oxygen. However, rescuers were able to wedge in a 6-inch pipe earlier this week.
A 4th person has been found dead after a landslide last week in southeast Alaska.
The state's Department of Public Safety says search crews found the body of a missing 11-year-old girl after her parents and her sister were found dead earlier on. Officials say 2 other people are still missing.
On Saturday, Pope Francis went to the hospital after coming down with the flu. The 86-year-old Catholic leader already had part of his lung removed when he was younger, and officials say today's visit was done to rule out respiratory problems like pneumonia, which the Pope tested negative for. The Vatican cleared Francis's schedule for the visit, but he is still due to travel to Dubai next week for the COP28 climate conference. Earlier this year, Francis spent 3 days in the hospital for bronchitis.
Well, it's 9:17 now, and we want to get another check of cold forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the little dip that many of us are going to see and feel.
Yeah, absolutely, especially tomorrow, the coldest day we've had since about February, and definitely the coldest day of the season. We had a lot of cloud cover around yesterday, kind of that mist or drizzle that was with us through most of the afternoon and into the evening, which is why the roads are still wet, even though that wind will help to dry it out. Wind is picking up a little bit right now, officially at Towson, west-southwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour. 47, though, your current temp in Towson. So some of that southwesterly wind helping to get those temperatures climbing a bit. Now, we do have a wind advisory, Garrett and Allegheny counties. It starts this afternoon. We'll go through early tomorrow morning. Most of us may have another wind advisory in parts of central Maryland by tomorrow afternoon. But the cold air, that Arctic air, is coming in from the north. You can see all of the blue right there in the Great Lakes region. Some lake effect snow in parts of western PA and New York as well. We're not going to get in on the snow, but we're definitely getting on the wind and the wind chill. This is this afternoon. So even though our temperatures climb to the upper 40s and close to 50, still going to feel like the 30s out there with the wind. Tomorrow morning, especially as you get the kids ready for school, we're going to be talking about teens for wind chill numbers, and then 20s throughout the day tomorrow, close to about 30 degrees. But overall, that wind really going to make it feel quite a bit colder for your Tuesday afternoon, and even colder still on Wednesday. So it's going to feel more December-like as we get closer to December, starting tomorrow. Upper 40s here by the next hour on your MetroCast day planner. We'll get those upper 40s and right about 50 for your high today. 44 into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. 40s and 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Harford and Cecil counties mid to upper 50s for your highs. Mid to upper 40s, excuse me, for your highs today. Definitely a day where you maybe want to get that fire pit going and get those s'mores on the fire tonight. We're talking about 30s in that 6, 7, and 8 o'clock hour. And those numbers dip below below average for Tuesday and Wednesday. Finally, by later in the week, we'll see those numbers climb back to the mid to upper 50s, more moderate temperatures, but not tracking much in the way of any rain. Shout out to Katie on Kent Island. That's Thora the snake. Yeah, Thora, she's very pretty. So thank you for that, Katie. I appreciate you sending that picture in. Our holiday pet pics continue. Whatever pets you may have, keep them coming. JCChambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. JPEG attached. Boom. Put your pets on TV. Waking up to about 30 degrees tomorrow morning and barely getting out of the 30s for the afternoon. Mid 40s Wednesday. As I mentioned, some warmer temperatures later this weekend into the first weekend of December.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We are tracking a two-car incident in the area of 95 and O'Donnell Street. It's been cleared, but we've got some emergency vehicles on scene there. Looking at the drive times here, not too bad, but in the yellow everywhere you look. Longest commute, 17 minutes from 795 to 95.
9:20 now. It is Cyber Monday, and many Americans are taking to the internet to surf for some exciting holiday deals.
Lee Stoll with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle has more on the shopping excitement.
The numbers are in from Black Friday. Both in-store and online retail sales were up from last year.
A pretty big shift from the Black Fridays I remember about a decade ago, where people would line up early outside the stores. Now people are shopping in their pajamas.
One report from Sensormatic Solutions found traffic in brick-and-mortar stores rose 4.6% from 2022. Another group, Adobe Analytics, reported a record $9.8 billion in online sales on Black Friday. That's a 7.5% jump from last year. Many retailers rolled out their discounts much earlier this year to entice people to spend sooner.
It actually started as early October and will go right till Christmas time.
In all, the so-called Cyber Week, which also includes Thanksgiving and Black Friday, is expected to generate more than $37 billion in online sales. That would be a 5.5% increase over the same week last year. A big part of that is Cyber Monday. Adobe Analytics is forecasting $12 billion in revenue for the online-focused day, which would set a new record. I'm Lee Stoll, Como News.
If you are searching for deals on this Cyber Monday, you might want to look out for some holiday scams. When it snows, especially, expect an uptick in snowplow scams where homeowners pay up front, but no one ever shows up to do the work. And if you receive a notice about an overdue utility bill threatening to cut off service, be sure to verify with your local provider before forking over the cash. The Better Business Bureau recommends that you avoid paying for a job until it's complete, and be sure to ask for references.
Coming up, we're analyzing Cyber Monday and all the holiday shopping's effect on consumers. Stay tuned for your Consumer Confidence Report.
And the Shriners Festival of Trees is in full effect until Saturday. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
The Festival for a Good Cause is happening right here in Maryland.
Mark Clark live at the Boomy Shriners Temple with how they're gearing up for the Festival of Trees. Mark.
That's right, guys. I've been hanging out with the guys all morning long. An amazing event. Raul's been holding my hand, taking me through the whole experience. And so, you know, it's going on until Saturday. What can people experience, and why should they come, Raul?
Well, it's the Festival of Trees. Festival of Trees. And we got crafts for the children. We got plenty of vendors here selling their wares. And look at these wreaths over here. And we've got the 28 trees in there worth over $500 in value with the tree and the gifts that are underneath of it. We got plenty of parking out there. And where can you come for $5 to come in the door? Children that come with adult or no charge. And then also you can buy the tickets for $1 and put in the trees. We'll draw them next Sunday after we're in the parades in White Marsh on Saturday and Sunday in Hamden. The Shrine takes all their 4 units, their 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers, and we go out and do parades all over the community. And this will be our Christmas season, and we'll be back out on the road. But here, the Festival of Trees at 5050 King Avenue, plenty of parking. Come on out and have fun with us.
Man, this guy's good, Raul. Great job, sir. He's trying to take my job. What's going on? Again, a great time, guys, for a great cause.
Look, we got off talking about the parades and seeing them come through. We like that part. So all of it's a good time right now.
Definitely.
Thank you, Mark.
We'll put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Coming up, we're looking at your morning forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with everything you need to know about the cooler temperatures, the real dip we're going to see, and what to expect later this week.
Crime will be a focal point in the 2024 mayoral race. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the state of the city and who could be behind the drop in homicides we're seeing this year. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 9:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Cyber Monday. It kind of lost its oomph because they do the deals for weeks.
I know, and I don't go out on Black Friday anymore. I do it all online mostly, so.
Things have changed.
Let's get over. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, except for the amount that people spend. We're still spending money, according to the report.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to both of you ladies. Today is going to be warmer with the temperatures. Will feel cooler even though we have the sun out there. If you can make sense of that, that wind is going to be continuing to pick up. Right now in our downtown Baltimore camera, not much wind, pretty shot actually as you look out right out over toward the Inner Harbor and out toward the Key Bridge as well. Our temperatures have actually climbed to the low and mid 40s for Cockeysville, Baltimore at 47, 45 Essex and Middle River, 43 in Glen Burnie, Elk Ridge, you're at the same number there at 43. So if you do want to run off some of that turkey and stuffing from the weekend, maybe that pumpkin pie you had last night at 7:04 p.m., which is what I did. We're going to run out into the upper 40s here the next couple of hours, so definitely get that run on. We'll top out close to 50 today. We'll drop to about 30 tonight, so actually going to be below freezing and colder tomorrow morning and only get to 41 on your Tuesday. We'll take a look at how the wind will impact the feels like temperature, not only today, but especially for tomorrow. That's coming up in just a few.
All right, taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look over Towson at Lochraven Boulevard, Ruxton Road. And volume, not so much at this hour. People have made it to where they're going. The roads are smooth and clear. Good time to travel if you're heading in that direction. Developing this morning, an investigation is underway into one of the latest shootings happening in Baltimore.
Just before 8 o'clock last night, officers responded to a shot spotter alert along North Dukeland Street. An individual then led them to Winchester Street, where a man was found lying in the road suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. The victim was taken to an area hospital. This morning, we have live team coverage on how crime in Baltimore could impact the upcoming mayoral race.
We begin with Shannon Lilly looking at the state of the city in terms of crime and who's behind improvement in the city. Shannon.
Yeah, when it comes to the drop in homicides that we're seeing so far this year, Patrice and Megan, a lot of people are attributing that improvement to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron. Both are promising a tougher on crime approach. And since that partnership took effect, we have seen a drop in crime. We know that homicides are down 20%, non-fatal shootings down 9%. But Mayor Scott is addressing that claim that those two are responsible for the improvement.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
So while the mayor is touting his administration, peace spokesperson Giovanni Patterson joined us on Fox 45 News this weekend, saying city leaders should celebrate collaboration rather than trying to take credit.
We see in Baltimore is really this kiss the ring mentality where, certain people have to get credit for certain things when it, could be a team effort or there could be certain other aspects, avenues that reduce the crime versus the actual crime plan.
So he mentioned the crime plan there, and you'll remember, Megan and Patrice, the Mayor Scott's 5-year crime plan really focuses on a holistic approach to try to reduce violence, which is different from what we're seeing with Bates and Barron.
So, Shannon, what is mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon saying about the state of the city?
Well, she's really echoing the same sentiment that we heard from Councilman Eric Costello earlier this month, that she's never seen so much dysfunction within City Hall. But the mayor is defending himself from those claims. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Leadership that's failing the city is almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Now, so far, early polls show us that the 2024 mayoral race will likely come down to Mayor Brandon Scott and former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Continuing our coverage on the mayoral race now, Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio with a deeper dive into crime numbers in the city. Taylor.
That's right. Crime is becoming a central focus in this race. And it's not just a talking point, it's impacting the candidates themselves. Take a look at this. Last week, former Mayor Sheila Dixon tweeted this, saying Baltimore needs to be better. This is after a double shooting that forced her to cancel a campaign event near Mondawmin Mall Monday. But if we look out here in reality, as Shannon said, both deadly and non-deadly shootings are down in the city. Under Scott's leadership, homicides are on pace to dip below 300 for the first time in 9 years. Let's take a look here. First year in office, 338 homicides. Second year, 335. And by the third year, here year to date, 239. If we look at the end of Dixon's first term here, 2007, we have 282 homicides, 234, 240 in 2009.
As far as dealing with the crime issue and the fact that the crime numbers not only went down while she was mayor, but continued to go down with the policies she placed in after she had to resign. This could be a big win for the mayor and help him towards re-election, because psychologically people may say, well, gosh, now the number is 270 and everyone's going to focus on that. Maybe things are getting better.
While Dixon and Scott are the major contenders here, 8 people have officially filed as mayoral candidates, and voters are going to narrow that down on May 14th when the primary election takes place. We'll, of course, keep you posted as the race ramps up. Patrice.
Well, as you are searching for good deals on this Cyber Monday, we are bracing for some big economic news.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the numbers dropping here real soon. Tom.
Yeah, I was trying to actually shop a little bit on here and show you some of the different sites, but somebody keeps messing with my my board here. So yeah,
they're trying to shop too.
I guess I guess there's some competition there. So yeah, I guess we'll just show this one right here for now till somebody gets away from that. But yeah, we're talking about Cyber Monday and how much people are spending. Big questions: are people shopping right now? How much are they spending? At 10 this morning, in about 20 minutes, we will get an update here on confidence or consumer confidence. In particular, we'll be looking to see if expectations are improving for the upcoming year. Last month's confidence report found consumers' expectations fell to 75%. Now, to put that into context for you here, we also know that the conference board says any number under 80 has historically signaled a recession the following year. Yeah, not looking good. Also out this morning, a new report on sales for new construction homes in the last month. With a lack of existing homes on the market, new construction jumped this summer, and we found that this summer was all-time record share of overall home purchases. Looking ahead, Thursday will be focused on inflation. Of the 2 inflation reports we get each month, Thursday's is the one the Fed prefers. We know the Fed's next meeting on interest rates is coming up in 2 weeks. Tomorrow is Giving Tuesday, and with donations down 10% across the U.S., charities are hoping tomorrow will follow this year's shopping trends. I'd show you that, but somebody keeps messing with my board, so I won't be able to use that right now, but hopefully we will see a jump for them in charities. Megan and Patrice?
All right, well, coming up, an update on Maryland's lawsuit against Meta, what the new court documents reveal about Instagram's allegedly addictive agenda.
And coming up, a big win for the Ravens. All about Baltimore's victory over Los Angeles and what it took to win. It's 9:38 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Taking a live look at M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens get a big win against the Los Angeles Chargers. Final score 20-10. The Ravens continue to be at the top of the AFC North and the AFC standings overall.
We have tough guys, and we got guys who want to win. They're going to put their heart on the line, on blood, sweat, and tears. That's part of football. And, Ravens known for being a tough team, and those guys showed it.
Well, a new development in Maryland and several other states, a lawsuit against Meta for allegedly trying to addict teenagers to its social media platforms.
A Wall Street Journal report says newly unsealed court documents showed that Meta wanted to take advantage of teens by using tactics that focus on impulses, peer pressure, and risky behaviors. According to the report, an internal 2020 Meta presentation says teens are geared to feel-good dopamine effects when using products like Instagram. Court filings also allegedly show Meta received more than 1 million reports of underage users on its platform Instagram since 2019, but they only disabled a small amount of them. Meta denies that it designs products to be addictive for teens. Up next, the holidays can be stressful for some of us. To look at what causes the seasonal strain and what you can do to stay healthy.
And coming up, an exciting workout to get you in shape for the holiday season. Everything you need to know to work off that turkey dinner. 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. With most of us heading back to work after Thanksgiving, we are going to need some extra energy to get us through that day. We're having, is it tryptophan from all the turkey we ate?
Right, absolutely.
Joining us this morning, personal training director for Break Bodies, we have Jen Wall with a high energy Thanksgiving, post-Thanksgiving workout for us.
Right, this is a burn the bird workout.
I mean, we need it. The stretchy waistbands are still in full effect. How can we
all that energy, we're going to put it to great work or whatever. So we're going to go through this HIIT workout. So there's 6 moves that you're going to do 5 rounds of, 30 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest.
Okay.
So starting with 6 moves.
Okay.
Starting with the turkey trot. So turkey trot, you're just going to jog in place.
Okay.
Simple, easy to kind of get everything moving. Next up is going to be mashed potatoes, mountain climbers.
Ooh,
so we're going to, I'll take it down to
mashed potatoes.
Down to the ground. And we're just going to mountain climb that out.
And how long did you say we're doing it for?
30 seconds, 10 seconds of rest in between each one.
Okay.
Third one's going to be sweet potatoes. Sweet potato plank jacks.
This is not looking like the sweet potatoes that I'm used to over the last few days, Jen.
So just taking it out to that plank jack.
Oh, this is plank on.
These are plank jacks.
Okay.
And again, you can just step it out if the plyometrics is too much. Then we're going to bring it back up. Gravy. Love gravy, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to do that goblet squat. Goblet gravy squats. And you're just going to come down and up.
Okay.
Down and up. Next up is corn.
And is there breaks at all in between these
10 seconds? You get 10 seconds of rest.
30 seconds.
So the goal would be to
10
kind of come
seconds off.
through all 6, then take a rest before you come through. You're going to do this 5 times.
Okay.
5 times. Next up, I'll give you the weights.
Okay. All right. What do we got?
So we're going to do curls. Just a good old bicep curl.
You can feel that too. What is this? This is 8. Oh my gosh, this seemed like 20. So we continue this, and then after
continue
this
that
last
after
one?
that 30 seconds, the last one, pumpkin pie.
What's pumpkin
Dessert.
pie?
Pumpkin pie is push-ups.
I'm gonna keep going.
So again, you can just take it down to the ground and just down.
Okay.
And up.
That's a lot, and you're going to do this 5 times.
5 times.
And
5
how
times.
is this? Is this something you can do every day? These HIIT workouts?
HIIT is a good cardio workout, so you want to probably intersperse it with some strength. So maybe 3 times a week, hitting it with a nice HIIT workout. 2 times, good strength workout.
This was the corn on the cob curls. Is that
Those
what
are corn on the cob curls.
Man, I got to keep this going. Jen, we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
How soon does the tryptophan start wearing off? Is that happening soon?
This week. This week. Well, it depends on leftovers. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. You feeling it, Justin?
Absolutely. Is that kind of like a Tabata, Jen? Is it? It's like a Tabata. Okay. I've been doing that, or I was. And then Thanksgiving happened, so now we've got to get back to it. So thank you for that. And by the way, now that Thanksgiving is gone, we're zoomed in. I know it's a little bright here, but this is the Christmas Village down there at the Inner Harbor, which we still have to check out. Now, I know we just talked about working out, but they have that cheese that they shave, that raclette cheese or something like that. I forget what it's called. And then it's like hot, and they got all sorts of good food. Oh, my gosh. Okay. We'll work out, then we'll get down there. If you want to get out for a run or a jog here in the next couple of hours, wind is going to pick up. It's already breezy out there. Those leaves are blowing around. 47 your temperature right now. That's a BWI Thurgood Marshall. Those numbers are going to climb a little bit today, but the wind advisory starts this afternoon for Garrett and Allegheny counties. Will go until early tomorrow morning. We may have to deal with wind advisories here for us in central Maryland by tomorrow afternoon. Notice the lake effect snow right there coming off the Great Lakes and into parts of northeastern Ohio, Pennsylvania, and into western Pennsylvania and New York. That's what we're seeing there. And that cold Arctic air, we're all getting in on that as this wind brings in that air starting today. And this is the wind that we're talking about. 3 o'clock hour, we'll see 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts. And then tomorrow, expect that wind to be even a little bit stronger, taking us into that 25 to possibly 30 mile an hour wind, especially from the west and the northwest. Golfers, at least a 1, if not 2 club wind later this afternoon, but make sure to bundle up with temperatures only in the upper 40s. Some of us just sneaking into that 50-degree mark at Baltimore City. Some upper 40s for you in Chestertown, down through Easton and Stevensville. 48 in Annapolis, 45 in Columbia for your high today. Up and down the 95 corridor, upper 40s and lower 50s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. Now, we're not tracking any rain. We'll see a few more clouds roll in. Some of the models want to pick up a few snow showers early tomorrow morning in some of the mountain locations, but really kind of moisture starved with this dry air that'll be in place. We really won't get into that southerly flow until we get into Thursday. That's going to be that's going to be the day when those temperatures start going back up. This is an update on our holiday countdown. Speaking of Thanksgiving being done, Hanukkah is just 11 days from right now, 24 days until it officially starts winter, that is, the winter solstice. 4 weeks from today is Christmas, next day is Kwanzaa, and 34 days until New Year's Eve, which means 5 weeks from today, friends, it's 2024. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So again, those temperatures will go back up after we get through tomorrow. Wednesday, not bad. Thursday and Friday look a lot nicer with temps back to the mid to upper 50s.
The holiday season is joyful, but it's also very stressful for millions of Americans who are juggling family obligations and holiday expenses.
National correspondent Angela Brown spoke with an expert on how to manage stress during the holidays.
Home for the holidays and interacting with your family can be stressful, especially for young college students facing a variety of issues.
We receive a lot of calls from them when they go back home and they say they're being misgendered.
Dr. Tia Dole is the Chief 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Officer at Vibrant Emotional Health. She says people in crisis call 988 from closets, bathrooms.
When you're around family members who are challenging, figuring out where you can have a safe space is key.
The American Psychological Association says 38% of people say the holidays cause more stress, depression, anxiety, conflict that often boils over at the dinner table. Therapist Joyce Gardner has this advice.
It may not be the perfect meal you planned, or you might not expect everybody to have things come up at the last minute where they can't be there. But accept and give yourself grace.
Experts recommend having a plan in place, including people to call and resources for help if you feel like you're in crisis.
I'm feeling this way. How escalated? Do I need to call 988, or do I need to call my clinician, or do I need to call my pastor? What can I do here to connect with other people?
Holiday stress extends into the new year. A recent report said that 33% of Americans are stressed out about gaining weight during the holiday season. Reporting in Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Well, ecologists in Mexico are launching a fundraising campaign to protect the axolotl. This iconic fish-like salamander, look at it, it faces extinction in Mexico. And in hopes of saving this little creature here, the National Autonomous University is inviting donors to virtually adopt a threatened salamander for roughly $35. You want to save one of those little guys? That one looked like he was smiling. Last year, the campaign raised more than $26,000, which was used to launch a captive breeding program to rehabilitate the local habitats. Keep them going.
Okay, I guess it's
You
a
see
real
him smile?
thing.
It was cute.
I love, yeah. Coming up, we have a look at your 10-day forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has everything you need to know to plan your week.